All right. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're ill-fated session 74.
Everybody monotone.
Woo!
Ooh, bad triangle. Ooh.
Yay.
Yay.
All right. So our last session, we were brought to bear with the kind of finality of what we accomplished within the city of stone, Aluda, particularly in the Granite Keep and Throne Chamber, and that was a plan to spare and save the king Gilgal, to be able to lead their people and eventually retake their city of Rabsha, pushing backland Stonefist, and allowing a dwarven clan to thrive as an independent entity within this land, this world. Something that Belzar had been advocating for based on the genocide that they had committed against the dwarvish people. And now our one enemy that we made was Ukar. And Ukar being a character that seemingly was able to create clones of themselves. We do not know if we killed the one true Ukar or if we killed a clone. We don't fully understand how many there actually is, and can the clones make clones? Is it just the start of it? That's how it makes it so. But Ukar said something that was along the lines of that they're not going to just like come and try to assassinate you or to kill you. They're going to make your life a living hell. They will try to stop your plans, or at least perhaps put a wrench into them. And it remains to be seen how that will manifest itself, if it will manifest itself at all. The city of stone, and now based on what Brugge was saying about Urpip, is that Urpip was just playing the cards that they were dealt in a way. This is not so dissimilar from Brugge and how Brugge kind of picks and chooses where they want to side with, noting them that they didn't motion or move to stop Damodar, but they also did not accept the request to join them. So this adds more to some of the concepts of the goblins and their sort of simulacrum that they have developed in the way that they interact with the world. Is a very passive approach and only take action when they have a pull of want and need. City of Stone at this stage, you can imagine in your characters' perspectives, is going to be kind of taken by the rebellion Dragonpike, and the dwarfs are going to be kind of overthrown at this stage, which was already happening. The Ukar and the rest of the clones that still remain, they could stay and occupy the city. They could flee the city, right? They could retreat back for the foothills where the orcs dare lie. We don't know that. We just create speculation about that. So, unless we use, a scrying spell or some other divination magic, or get, voices, kind of messages out to the boots on the ground. One thing is for certain, though, is a character that we spoke with that could become a slight, maybe, a resource, perhaps, in the Crystal Desert is Vistar. And they're still there in the City of Stone. And they do have connections, as they were speaking about the Belknok and the Ravashid, and their the Path of Fire, right, as it leads to the lair of the Gold Dragon. We were spoken to by Brugge about a character that lies in the Crystal Desert, known as the Farim, and they spoke in the sense, they spoke in the mindset of the wizards of old. Now, the Farim, according to Brugge, most likely is Ren, and that is not a wizard, but a sorcerer. And somehow they have lived a very long and extended life past their human ancestry. Brugge told you that this character has great power, enough power that they can turn themselves into a dragon. And they have been leading a group known as the Kuliak on a religious sort of mission, right? A zealous nature, guided by their kind of deity, right? Of Tiamat. So they're pulled and pushed by the voices of that. And as they move through the Crystal Desert, their mission is kind of under this prophecy that there's dragon eggs and that sort of thing. We don't need to get wrapped up in all of that. We might not even want to get wrapped up in it at all, but it's just more information about the Crystal Desert that we don't have. So we did see the city of Lucere. That is due west of your current location. You're on the known as the Leaflet Isles. It's a scattering of isles that spans across the sea between the Crystal Desert, where Lucere is stationed, and the Isle of Palm. It is a branch off of the Lavster Mountains. The volcanic activity that lingered and sprouted these little islands as they move. They become quite inhabited by the notorious pirate and smuggler sort, for good reason. These are isles that are very secluded, isolated. They don't have a lot to offer except for warmth and bounty of food. And that does claim land to many. But somehow they're not really inhabited, right? The Isle of Palm doesn't really have a town, a village, or people on it at all. At least not something Beldzar has mentioned. And so there might be questions of why is that? So, without further ado, we're going to be here in the Leaflet Isles. We'll go ahead and prompt for the long rest as you all bed down. That's how we have ended it. And so I'm just going to prompt for another long rest again in case you didn't take one. This is actually primarily for, it's going to be primarily for the NPCs of the sheets. And then also Steven's character here. As you wake in the morning, it is warm and vibrant. The shallow reefs and the sandy shores shimmer and glow from the sunlight as it crests through. You have a far greater vantage point of sight here, and as you span looking west, you can see the Leaflet Isles with their palm trees and slight reefs as they kind of extend perhaps above the waterline, some of which have ruined ships of a small, medium stature. You can see the city of Lucere. It is indeed a city. It is not a small place by any means, because it sits on a slight oasis and has palm trees lingering, the likes that the Leaflet Isles have, as well as if when you look east, you can see the Isle of Palm, which has a very rough jungle terrain and kind of a very almost Polynesian type environment with the way the island has been constructed. And it has a shallow bay on its south side that opens itself to a river system from the singular mountain at its center that begins to work down into that that small shallow bay. Now, the Isle of Palm from your current location is easily a half to a full day's worth of sailing. That's because of the wind that moves through here and the currents that push. You would have to oppose them upon getting to the Isle of Palm from your current location. But matter not, you have the dragon at your disposal and moves exceptionally fast. It was able to get here from the City of Stone in a period of hours. And so the Isle of Palm is really only several hours, about 2 to 3 hours worth of flying at a normal speed without fully dashing for this dragon to reach. Lucere, and the sites that you can see off west, is riddled with sandstone structures, some of which do have other natural materials, perhaps like dried reed roofs, thatching, that sort of thing. It also has ziggurats, or temples, kind of pyramidal structures that exist within it. And so those can get a little bit they can be a little bit large, and they do stand out amongst the city. As you look and span, looking from left to right, it has a great harbor in it that can have several ships, but it is not anything that would resemble Lathan, which is the largest port city of the continent. In addition, the reefs and the bay have very shallow water. And so there's very specific places that you would have to move a very large galleon through, which makes the city some along the lines of a small port and then a fishery. A lot of the ships you would see right now, as you arise a little bit later in the morning, would be small fishing boats and medium-sized trade ships that are heading elsewhere across the world. Belsar, as they awake, they have not changed their appearance at all. They've maintained much of their composure. They'd be fixing their hair at this moment, putting more wood scraps upon the fire that was kept overnight. The temperatures right now are just about the mid-70s in Fahrenheit. The sun kind of crests down. There's a beautiful breeze that's able to cool you down. You see as Belsar is going to pick themselves up and is going to motion over to one of the palm trees. And then they begin to slowly climb the palm tree, and they grab a few coconuts, and they begin to toss them down from the tree.
Suppose this is breakfast then.
It's as breakfast as I can get. Here, anyways.
Can
Certainly
you
worst
catch any
ways to start
fish
a
we
day.
can cook? Oh.
I don't think I caught anything. I'm not gonna lie. Tegan's not the most proficient fisherman.
It's not about catching fish. It's the experience.
Yes, Tegan, you did not catch any fish on throwing your pull out east in the direction of that firefish. However, you didn't have any bait as far as maybe the proper bait to be able to catch any fish here. There is small little fish that are kind of zipping and zapping now in the morning here. There's a couple nets that are kind of clinging around. You could take your chance at catching some of these bait fish here that might attract more of the creatures that might be bigger, I suppose.
I mean, we also don't have to eat here whenever we decide we want to go back to Fatehaven, we can.
I believe our dragon friend wanted to show us something.
Yes.
Yes, I have something to show you on the Isle of Palm. We'll get there after some breakfast here. You see as they grab the coconuts, and they literally just put your hands on either side, and they just break them apart, showing that even in this form, their strength is still the same as they are as a dragon. And they begin to hand you all halves of coconuts.
Thank you.
I am impressed, yet oddly scared.
This form is only for appearances only. It's what makes me less intimidating to your kind. I think it's now, anyways. I like to think it's my one and true body.
So you don't like yourself as the silver dragon?
I tend to prefer this form. I don't really like to be a dragon. Not as much as I think the people look upon dragons, anyways.
It's understandable. I wanted to get the rest of y'all's input on this, but I was going to try and contact Lady Sindar and see if she has any insight into maybe Damodar's goals or, like what's going on with all of this, since that was the person we saw in our dream state.
That's a terrible idea.
Alright, give me a second, and I will cast sending to Lady Cinderella.
Counter spell.
Oh my god, that'd be fucking
That
great.
would be pretty good. And I will say, hello, this is Varys Willow of the Chosen Ones. I had a vision of you and Damodar together in our dream state and was wondering if you'd be willing to talk.
Response back is quick and swift. It's about time. I thought this message would never come. I've been waiting for you.
Lou.
It's on you. Shit wasn't a dream.
Uh,
I have
I'll
much to
cast it.
discuss. I have much to discuss with you. Tell me your location, and I will reach you.
Oh God.
Let's not do that just yet.
Out of state currently.
The number you have reached is currently out of service area.
So I will relay that to the rest of the group and be like, do you all want her to meet us here or on the island of Palm?
Well, I suppose.
Not even a little bit.
Well,
Not even a
Here
little
is
bit.
probably an easier place to fight if she does mean
it's-
us harm.
yeah. I would rather her be here than where we're actually going. If we're going to meet someone we don't know who can do it. So I suppose we should ask our host. It is his area.
Let's not bring this to, Balthazar's home. Why don't we finish up here, do the Isle of Palm stuff, and then we'll meet at an undisclosed location? Because I don't know if I fully trust this person because they were seen saving Damodar, so we don't know if they're still allied. We don't know.
Presumably, we will return to Fate Haven when we're done here. Why don't we just have them meet us there in a few days' time?
Makes a lot of
Okay.
sense.
I will send a sending.
I wasn't gonna say that in character, obviously, but that's why I was like, that should just be what you guys do.
Yeah. I will send a sending back and say, we are currently sailing in the ocean, but we will be returning to Fate Haven in a couple of days' time. I will send you a message when we are ready to meet.
Understood. Please let me know if there is a formal teleportation circle to be used. If not, we will be entering your city.
Did she say we?
She did.
Find we were sailing on the ocean.
It's okay. My wizard tower has a ton of traps, so I'll tell
You know-
them that one.
Teleportate in a location that you would not know. That's what the final.
All right. Well, now that that's squared away, I guess it's time for breakfast then.
Yeah, you
Oh,
guys
wow.
mind if we take an hour on the island before we go into some more shenanigans?
What do you have to poop?
Yeah, I got to digest the food, aka I have to make poisons for my newfound talent.
I can also take an hour and regain the magical energy I just used.
Hmm.
There'll be plenty
Sure,
of
why not?
time to rest and relax. The Isle of Palm is a fantastic place. There's plenty of food, fruits, even game that has been placed on the isle from smugglers and pirates. You won't find anything upon the isle that pose you any threat or challenge. I want to show you something that I discovered long ago, and I've kept secret and hidden away from those who try to trifle with it.
All right.
Yes,
Before we
miss,
go,
we don't need to wait.
Marius, I wanted to get your input on how you're feeling. You're okay with just staying with us? I know Ukar was your friend before this happened.
Temporary ally.
Seems to be the
Okay.
only kind he had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he probably would have used you like he used everyone else, to be honest, including us.
We're different.
Really, he used us.
Yeah, we would
No, I
never
mean
use anybody in
we're
this
not
party.
gonna use you.
Oh, like wouldn't use Mary.
Yeah.
No.
Most
You're
of us
free.
would never use anybody.
You're free to go whenever you wish, honestly. Just tell me location, I'll bring you there.
Yeah, I'll
I
tag
suppose
along
we
for a
ne-
little bit.
We never talked about what is it you want to accomplish. I mean, obviously the Tinkerer is dead. Now what? What is in store for Marius?
I get to wander.
Fair enough.
That seems to be a theme in this party.
Um,
It's wandering until we're snatched up by fate.
I'll let you all roleplay here. I actually have a emergency phone call I just got, so I'm gonna
Okay.
go AFK
Okay.
real
Yep.
fast here and call. So I'll be back.
Sounds
Yep.
good.
Okay. I will stare in silence. That's my roleplay.
Well played, Sam.
No,
I suppose is the time we had the talk. I don't think we've been in a battle ever since we met practically. I think it's time for the talk.
Have we not put that into like a memory strand yet? So that way we don't have to have this talk over and over and over
don't-
and over.
I don't know what that means.
Actually, I can do that if you don't mind.
okay.
I will
People are
let
so
you.
averse to just talking.
Well, no,
I'm
I'm
just
just going
speed it
to.
up a little bit.
I'm going to impart all of our memories onto you, and I will use
Oh.
detect thoughts and let you come into my mind and see my memories.
All right. Cool.
Does that work that way?
I get
It
it
does now. The
innately.
DM's not
so-
here.
And, yeah, I will just show you basically everything we've done from the Heroes of Fort Farron bit until like leading up to when we met you. So to like make it quick, we defended Fort Farron from an undead attack. We went into the marshes and killed the Black Dragon. We established the city of Fatehaven. And we discovered Tresgall, but then Tresgall was taken by the Old One.
Met the old one.
We met the Old One at the college on the Isle of the Blessed. Is there anything I'm missing? Like anything big?
Well, I guess we should offer to take him to the Isle of the Blessed and see if he wants to make a deal with the old one. I mean, he already lives forever, so like,
He said no.
Great power.
He said
No.
I believe most of us already regret our deals. In some way.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the offer, but yeah, no.
I mean, you know, and he already serves one master. What's another one?
My dragon daddy got taken over by my celestial cosmic daddy, so like I don't know what to feel about that.
It's a lot to
Your
unpack there.
Walking daddy issues.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously you met Bruga, but Bruga's been
Yeah.
our ally for a long time. I think that's it. I think that's all the main stuff.
Okay.
It's
I
like we
suppose-
just. Go ahead.
Oh, you first, I insist.
No, I was just gonna say out of character. Like we just kind of like stumbled onto Bruga, and she's become like our literal most powerful ally. Like if we didn't have
Yeah.
Bruga, we'd be kind of fucked.
She's like the adoptive goblin auntie.
Like literally.
She's actually the main villain of the whole campaign. Very end, last session.
It's just
It's
fucking
revealed.
Gamadar in
She
disguise.
casts the
whole
10th level
fucking
spell
time.
Chankla and just fucks everybody up.
That would be a great
But,
twist, actually.
Yeah. Other than that, let me go in my notes and see if there's anything big I would need to
Yeah.
tell you.
I
mean,
suppose the TLDR version of this is that if you have found your way into our company and are doing what we are doing, then you are probably also chosen and have a piece of a god inside you.
Think?
I don't know
But
if
And
it
so we
relates
should
onto
probably
that.
ask him about the stones.
Oh, yeah. Which I'll give you my black one, and
Which,
like
yeah, you've already given it to me character, or in my character
Yeah.
sheet, but yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
this will be the first
I
time.
give it
that-
to you
okay.
and be like, so each of us were imparted with one of these they contain the essence of dragons. And we all have a piece, but we met someone else who was chosen and they did not have one. So
Hmm.
do you have one?
I do not.
Well, okay.
Inside check.
Since I do not have one, or since I have two of them now, I will let you keep my black one, just in case you need it.
Fits the aesthetic.
It does actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
It
The
also
Balenciaga.
can be used to control your patron's enemy's son that he's currently raising.
Why does he
That-
have that again?
Huh? I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what?
Did you say that in character or out of character?
No,
Wait a
that was out of
minute.
character.
Okay, I was like,
That was out of
oh.
character. No, I would not fucking willingly give up that information.
Like, damn.
But yeah, we use that to control the black dragon. It also dropped the like invincibility these dragons have. You have to collect all the pieces so that you're able to slay them or save them, depending on what you tend to do.
Hmm.
We've only ever saved Belzar, so we weren't even sure
mean-
if it worked like that.
It's been the only one that's been amenable.
To be fair, Grugash and Ethrin weren't exactly the most
No,
friendly of creatures.
no, Ethern wanted to eat us, and Grugash wanted to control the world. So
No, well,
Yeah.
Durgash, even separated from the influence of Damodar, was still under the influence of Orcivus, which is almost as bad.
I've never felt more objectified
Oh.
than having conversations with Ethrin. He was like a teenage boy who only wanted one thing, and it was to eat me. And it
Lamb
was
chops.
very disturbing.
Just after
Oh, yeah,
that juicy buttocks.
Brennan, out of character, you would have
Fuckers, man.
you would drop one of your levels of, or all your levels of exhaustion, depending on how many rests we've had. Because that
I'm
goes
not
way-
sure. I think I still need one. Is it too long rest to get rid of one?
No,
No.
it's a long rest for one.
Per, right?
Her, yeah.
I think this is the first night's sleep I've had, so I think I'd still have one.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just making
Alright, I mean,
sure.
Hold on.
You're looking a
I
little
had
sleepy, boy.
something for this.
Cocaine.
Right. Thanos out here handing out bombs.
He got my A ball.
If you drink that, you'll feel better. You get rid,
Nice.
It'll get rid of those bags under your eyes.
Didn't he say he was going to make poisons?
That's what I'm thinking.
Wait a minute.
Oh yeah,
Even-
but I also have potions. I do this, I work with all the plant life.
Do you keep them in separate boxes?
Thanos here. Have you
No,
ever
I keep them
tried
in separate
ShamWow?
Man of many trades, it seems.
Because he's going to get the bottles mixed one day. And
I'm also a master smith.
Yeah,
Really? Okay.
Barris, I'm curious. What's your deal? What's your goals? What do you want to accomplish by traveling with us?
Ooh. No goals.
You're
I
just
guess-
here to willingly help us. That's great.
I don't even know if I'm here to help. Not here to go against you, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I suppose this will be the first time Marius actually does tell you guys how old he is, huh? Because I know you guys know that out of character, but
Yeah.
all right. So in character, I've been wandering this continent for 3,000 years.
What?
Aw.
3,000.
Yes. This
Are you-
Fort Farian area and stuff never used to be that. It used to be my home before it was built.
Oh, so
Sorry, you had a question?
you mean when we built our city? Is
kind of
on
in his
the-
backyard.
Yeah, is
Mm-hmm.
on the ruins of your old home.
Mm-hmm.
That makes his
Well,
neighbors
welcome
think.
home.
Yeah.
We'll get you a new house set up. Don't worry, it's fine.
I believe it or not, I've heard, tales of you all, but, now I see the faces. I hear now more. Thank you, Varys, for sharing. Hey, Michael.
Hey, my grandfather apparently is in the hospital. Things are not looking so good. So,
Mm.
he's down in Eugene right now, and my parents are headed down there now to figure out what's going on. So, and that'll be determining if I got to go down there tonight or not. So we'll see. But apparently, he's been in the hospital since Tuesday. People didn't know, and he's going into surgery. Well, he's been in surgery, and he's got some sort of bleed they can't find, and he's in
Oh, no.
ICU right now. So I have no idea.
Oh wow.
We're gonna have
Sorry,
to.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, they're taking his. I guess they already took one of his kidneys out
Oh,
because
wow.
of it, and so they're. Yeah, I've absolutely no idea. So I'm just gonna be smart about it and just wait, figure it out, and then make a plan from there. So coconuts. Back to the coconuts.
Yes.
Coconuts.
We basically just shared everything we've
Yeah.
been through
Yeah.
with Marius, and we were asking what his plans were.
Yep, and I will just wander with them for a little bit until I feel or am told not to. So,
Mm-hmm.
new party members joined.
New party members. Join.
I think Tegan will speak up and say, so like obviously you got your whole thing going on with like your powers and stuff, but like who is like giving you these powers, if you don't mind me asking? I don't mean to get too personal.
Yeah, and I guess this is where I'll go out of character to Michael because I don't know much about this. Am I permitted to say this thing? Who gives it to me or no? I don't know the deal with it.
Are you able to tell who gave you?
Yeah,
power?
I'm able to say who
Yeah.
my patron is. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was like a I can't fucking tell you. Yeah, no, the
Tries to speak and he falls dead.
all of a sudden mouth gets fucking crushed in. It's like, oh my god.
It's sewn
Yeah.
up, like
Yeah.
But DM God told me it was okay.
Yeah. Teleports away. It's like
Party member, and no
Yep.
new party member anymore.
The Raven Queen, my patron. Look towards Deuce.
I was gonna say, would I recognize that name at all?
that was also what I was gonna ask. Like, do I have any insight into who?
Both of you can roll
who the
religion
Raven
check if
Queen
you
is?
wish.
Religion. Okay. Where is that? Oh, there it is.
Fantastic rolls, you guys. This is
Y'all
this
don't know
is so good.
So I would love to tell you more about the Raven Queen. Just
shit. Oh,
saying.
gee, is there a fucking pamphlet? God damn
Yeah,
it.
there is.
Yeah.
So the Raven Queen in
It's like
context of
for- Go ahead.
the Raven Queen in context of your roles as well as to the campaign. Thanos, you probably would have gotten information from Orcivis that notes the Raven Queen as a nemesis, but not someone that is an enemy. So I think that's a good valued idea there for you to work off of. And then Varys, you have a 10 religion check. That's pretty. I mean, that's cut of the road, middle ground. It's pretty good. The Raven Queen functions off of kind of the suffering of people in a more emotional state and a manifestation. It's kind of difficult to tell as far as what the person in front of you, right, Marius, finds in them. But it could be more like, if you draw any tenets or anything based on your knowledge, and going to that towards Marius's drive to put an end to the Tinkerer, it would be the kind of almost like the mortal soul, right? It has some sort of preciousness to it, and that it needs to be put through a life and has to end that life. Like all life needs to end, right? And that's one of those fine points, is that we need to live a life of suffering, and that we need to be then reclaimed, right, and end that life to be blossomed into the new. And so that's something I think that would stand out to you, might have some relevance to the conversation right now.
I'll just kind of like be like, oh, yeah, I've heard of her.
Takes a step back. Nice. Cool.
Your matron is an interesting one.
That's one way to put it.
So you
that
get
one
your
of the-
powers. Get your powers from a bird lady.
That's a very simple way to put it, but
Yeah,
Is that
that's
one of
one
those
way to.
deities that resides on the not celestial plane?
no, I'm pretty
Yes.
sure they find themselves in the same plane
Yeah.
as Thanos' old master.
Is that going to be a problem, Thanos?
No,
Is
they're
it going to
not-
be a problem? Just looks over.
Most of us does not seek to kill the Raven Queen, so I do not believe that there should be any quarrels there.
I think we can
More
all
of
play
a-
nice.
Nemesis competition,
It's been a
vying for power of the Shadowfell.
It's been a long time, but Thanos, I'll have you roll an intelligence check.
To see if you fall dead.
It's been a long time.
It's been a
So-
lot of times that you used your brain.
No, this is many.
Accurate.
Yeah. As far as the information that was presented to you as a player a long time ago, in time here, I thought the Raven Queen was the one who originally had the egg of Grugash.
Oh yeah,
So
Yeah,
shit
just
runs
not gonna-
deeper.
I forgot about that. Yeah, but they're not trying to kill each other. They're trying to fuck with each other. He just stole from her. It's fine.
And I was just given the black gemstone.
Yeah, but Grugash is dead, so it's fine. You know.
Yeah, but now there's
Saga.
Grugash the second.
Nope.
His name is Gorgash, asshole.
Yeah, we don't
Sure.
really know anything about Gorgash, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he told us.
Yeah, I told you that he existed and that he's hanging out on the Shadowfell. To be fair,
you did
that
tell
means
me.
the
Oh, we
Raven
knew he
Queen
took the
also
egg,
knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she might be mad at you, is all I'm saying.
Fucking Orsimus might be mad at you.
I don't know.
She'll
now I
really
have
like me. I'm like, hey, would you like?
a, now
one
I
of
have
your
a gift
followers
for
to
her,
have-
man. Hell yeah. Took out the
Fucked
tinker
everything.
and I got this. Sweet. Feeling a raise coming up. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
He'll be
raise.
fine.
Well, you're welcome to hold on to that for now. I
Thanks.
have this bronze one, so
Mm.
hopefully maybe we can talk to the two twins and see them. Oh, maybe they'll see our way of things. Maybe they'll join our side. If not, I don't really want to control them. So
Perhaps do that after we go to the Isle.
yeah, that's the plan.
I'm excited to see what Beltzar has for us.
I has him well.
It's just a really cool leaf. Like, dude, you guys gotta see this. It's so
Honestly,
cool.
with everything we've seen the last few, that would be fine. That would-
I would be okay with that.
We'd be like,
We'll all
please.
like,
accept
dude, it's
that.
just a cool leaf on a tropical island.
Yeah, he's like,
It's
guys,
Or it's
this
just
is
a cave with
awesome.
fucking like tribal paintings in it. Like, awesome, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
It's our new home.
Taking the jeep tour.
Yeah,
Their-
we'll
their
get a
beach house.
magnet and we'll put it on the fridge. Good job.
Deuce, you have no idea how right you might be there.
That's great.
Well, I think Varys, to kind of wrap it up, will say, well, we are known as the ill-fated. We've become somewhat like a, I don't know, like a weird group of siblings, kind of all tied together by fate.
Hmm.
Almost like a family. Although I wouldn't want to speak for everyone else. But if you are interested in traveling with us, I don't see any reason not. You helped us a lot, so
Alright, well, I'll put out my hand.
I'll shake his hand.
There we go.
Blight.
Oh my god. I almost took that. I had one more spell I could add.
I have it.
Then it was
both lied.
counterspell,
Blind each other.
counterspell, 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 counterspell. Shit, we ran out.
Fuck.
Who's won? Yeah.
I was about to say, I think
I
I have
think
a
the
lot
wizard
more
has
of
more.
those.
Yeah, the wizard would have more. Yeah.
The other thing is,
You slap my back, this baby can fit so many counter spells.
So
in it.
many fucking counter spells in this.
Though he'd have to be using 5th level counter spells to counter spell
Yeah.
your counter spells. So
Yeah.
I still think I have more.
I think he'd be fine. Yeah.
until I jump in,
Yeah. The
'cause I have just as
bongo
many counter
boy
spells
comes
as
in.
you.
Yeah, for
I
sure.
feel like you would join in and start counter spelling your own counter spells just to fuck up their rhythm.
Like, yeah. I don't know what's happening, but this is cool.
What are we doing?
Cool.
But Tegan will also say, the other thing, Marius, is like, I know this may seem hasty for us to do this, but when push came to shove, you drew steel for us, so that shows a lot in your character.
Means a lot.
Ah,
I mean, I think
Dragon has a way with words.
I think a good way to like put a capstone on this is we all stayed together for individual reasons, but I think at this point we all genuinely enjoy each other's company and want to make sure none of us get harmed. So
Sure.
yeah, I mean I don't like that guy, but
Fuck that guy. But
I
yeah.
enjoy some of your company some of the times, but I guess that's, you know,
that's par for the course.
yeah.
I'm excited.
And I'm excited, Belzar. Let's go see what this big secret is.
All right, let's go do it.
Hell yeah.
Cue montage.
That's my boy Blue.
Change into
Actually,
the dragon.
Silver.
My boy Blue.
They lower themselves down to that sleek, elegant frame, and they glimmer and glow. They shimmer. It's so vibrantly here. It's just a bright, almost spackle of crystal-like refractals that you're kind of staring at here. It's blinding. It's difficult, and you'll be able to kind of get yourself upon here, and then Beltar begins to take flight.
I can show you the world.
I can show you the world.
Belzar
And a
really has
cave with
become our
some
magic carpet.
paintings.
Going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship.
Zooming through the sky.
I hate it here so much.
Yeah, I know. That's okay.
You're
We're a
going
big
to-
family. I hate everything.
I hate everything.
I am the middle
Honestly,
child of
that
this
is the
family. It's
most
fine.
family-like shit, though, is to just
Yeah.
bicker and argue. We're like a family. Fuck you.
Marius gets welcome group. He starts singing and dancing. His whole like stoicism's gone. He's like, yeah.
Starts hitting the gritty. I said, right foot creep.
It's all fun and games until you break out the Fortnite dance.
Yep.
All right. The Isle of Palm is a majestic island that is about 50 miles in terms of traversing it from west to east, and that does not count the very rigorous terrain of the elevation that sprawls and moves across the island. The shores of the island are that very typical with a tropical land. Sandy beaches, very long stretches of sandbars, vibrant reefs and tropical fish that extend even miles outside of the island's surrounding. That creates a very difficult and treacherous place to land. The only section that you can possibly get a ship onto the island is that due south from the small river that leads into the small shallow bay. And then the mountain, as it kind of crests itself high, begins to snake that river system down into the bay and other areas across the sandy shore. The jungle is home to a domination of palm trees, but it also has other large leafed trees and even some common native deciduous you might find elsewhere, suggesting that this island has had invasive species that have been brought to it ever since creation, perhaps, drawn to sailors and other folks that have traversed across the world. It could be a place that has sheltered and brought food and water, fresh water, to those travelers that are wary. The canopy of the isle is slight otherworldly. Some of the palm trees and leaflet trees here are going to grow in height of 200 or so feet, and they are going to have levels to the canopy that's very similar to a rainforest. You have high, medium, low, then you have underbrush. So there is domination of various insects and other sorts of small game creatures. And that noise and that commotion is something that you're going to be hearing quite often on the isle. Now, this island does not have a predator that would claim it. There is not any sort of large, monstrous being here that is going to feast upon the wary. Because this is Beldzar's island now. Anything that would have remained here has been killed, removed by Beldzar. That would harm or injure any sailors or pirates that would come and make shore to here. Inside of the slight bay and the cove, you actually see there are a few ships that are there, stationed. Some of them are very weathered and old. And as you stare on the sails, you can't help but be reminded, I should say, about the Golden Hand. Some of the way the sails work and the structure suggests that they might very well be pirates. But alas, you're headed into the mountain as you fly on the back of Beldzar. And through the thickness of the canopies and the vibrance of the life, you're brought to a small cave that lies on the west side of the mountain. Off the car here. Zoom in. There's tokens really old, so I don't have a portrait for it here. Bingo. That vibrant face. Small cave. As Beldzar lands and changes into their humanoid form, has a single river that comes in the up top. As it does, it works itself down and sneaks through. Shallow as this stream as it moves across that to an opening about roughly 15 feet wide. There are totems, slight effigies perhaps, that dedicate themselves to the sun god. Symbols of the sun cling here. And across the space in front of the cave is a solar symbol of the sun in representation. Beldzar begins. This is the first stop, and begins to kind of traverse across it, and enters into this small cave. As they begin to work in through the crack and crevasse, the interior of that cave, you see that there are paintings upon the walls of settlers, colonials that have come here. Those terms don't really fit the bill of or description of what you're seeing. These would be more missionaries, people that are sent on a pilgrimage, perhaps. And upon here, they begin to paint a story of their travels across the ocean and the sea, from a land that has very much futuristic sort of technology in comparison to these paintings. Think of a land or a greatness of a civilization that they've left behind, seeking more modesty, less physical things. And so as they are beginning to paint upon here and these stories, and as you look upon them, coming in now into the interior of the cave, there are supplies, pots that have been built from the jungle, old weatherness of it, essentially untouched, just left here. And more of the stories paint that these pilgrims hail from a land known as Krakos, archipelago, far away from here. And they are in search of a holy place to spread their love and the religion to this land. This was their first stop upon reaching Arthuria, and very well could be the first humans to have arrived on this land. Belter looks, kind of clings to it. I made sure no one ever reached here when I found it. I didn't want it to be ruined. There's some great archaeologists of your people would prize themselves upon finding something such as this. Stories tell that the humans that arrived here, devoted to the sun god, come from the Hanunza collective, leaving much of the pleasantries of their life, all the technology, almost as if they fled that place, try to find true prayer. It's a beautiful thing, you humans, and your love and your emotions. This cave helped teach me a lot. When I was hatched, as a small youngling, I found this, and I learned from it.
Do I understand these people to be like the ancestors of the Talthars?
Go ahead and make a flight intelligence check, my archaeologist. We need it.
That
We
would be-
honestly needs to have an archaeology skill. I got to say that would be dope.
It would
You want a precursor to the Sular, technically.
Yeah, it'd be a history check, which is the closest I can get to you. Would be a history check. That's intelligence.
Okay, I can do a history.
20. These would be referred to as the first people, is what their titles that they were set. The first people to have left. Not the first people to ever settle or be on the continent, don't be confused, but the first people to have left and find a new home away from the collective. This is their landing site, the Isle of Palm. And the stories here indicate to you that they lost a lot of people on this journey through the storms and the seas they traversed across. And there was only a handful of them that had survived. According to the names that are written here, one of which is the descendant of the Su who created the Sular kingdom. But strangely, you do not see any name written of the Talthars here. But as your history knows, you would know the first ruler, the Talthar, Sir Thurm, came dramatically later in their arrival from the collective, and they were in search of an object, Twin Grail.
Wait, I'm sorry. What object?
They were in
Did you say?
search. They were in search of a grail, a particular holy object that was suggested. This twin grail suggested to be able to give you eternal life and bless you with holy radiance, cement your place within the sun god's domain for eternity. Essentially, a relic. Could even be an item created by the sun god.
Right.
And this was something that the first ruler Talthar, Sir Thurin Talthar, arrived. It's the whole reason why they arrived. But that was way later. And these people, first people, are not actually after any items in these stories. They're just here to spread the sun god and their religion, to find a new place to worship without persecution or discrimination, and do so away from the complexities and the technology of the land that they were from, to do so modestly, without any accommodations.
Okay. That's interesting. So, people here before the Talthars weren't in search of any relic. Like the Talthars were. Although, and I might have learned this at some point, I just don't remember. But there was no evidence that they ever found that Holy Grail, right?
No.
Leave it to the Talthars to want something.
Oh, they did indeed want something. And I put a stop to it. Eldar looks to the rest of you. There's more to this story.
Are you hinting that one of the grails is here?
Smile at you and they begin to walk out of the cave.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Will follow.
Yep. Yep. Oh my god.
I think I'm gonna grab Tegan like by the back of his coat and be like, and just like lean over and say, a whole religion's search for a holy object, and he's just had it here this entire time.
Belongs in a museum.
No, that's not what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, imagine if the Talthars knew. They
Dude,
would never-
our arch nemesis is a guy who stole powers from a cosmic being that transcends time and space. Nothing fucking surprises me anymore.
the Talthars would
Belzar-
never leave this dragon alone.
Yeah.
Fuck
If
the
they knew.
Talthars.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's the point.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm like, that's incredible that he was able to hide it all this time.
What Talthar?
I mean, you've seen how well the Talthars are doing against the dragons they're fighting right now. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, if we're being honest, them just being able to survive against immortal dragons is doing a good job.
Well,
No, fuck the Talthars.
how many of them actually survived?
Get that Talthar dick out of your mouth, boy.
Oh my
Damn.
god! Oh no, 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 no. Get that put together.
Don't worry, that was out of character.
Yeah, yeah.
I just think it's funny. I'm just laughing. It also stands to reason that maybe Pelor doesn't want them to find it. Because if he really did, he would show them where it's at.
Well, if your entire power structure is built around the quest, interest, the mythic legend of an item, finding the item undermines you in many ways.
That's a good point.
Also could give you great power.
I also
Well,
don't think
great
very
power.
many people can talk to gods the way we can because of what we have inside of us. It's a little bit harder to just be shown something than it is for us.
Yes, but they also have a piece of divinity in the middle of the holy city. You know, that's a well of
The Sun Tree did talk
radiance,
to
I
them,
guess.
originally.
Yeah, but the Sun Tree wasn't. The Sun Tree wasn't Pelor himself. It was a much younger version of a deity that.
Well, I mean, if we're being honest, them just being able to survive against immortal dragons is doing a good job.
Yeah, but the Sun Tree wasn't. The Sun Tree wasn't Pelor himself. It was a much younger version of a deity that. I do not think would have been able to explain that a grail was hidden on an island that it didn't know existed because its roots don't reach it.
That's not really what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that they've been blessed with a lot because of the sun gods. So I'm saying if he really wanted them to find it, I mean, he would communicate that with the top clerics in that religion.
Likely does not care. The gods are fickle, squabbling children with powers they have lack the respect to wield.
It's not my place to say. I'm not a religious man. I mean, the main god of my homeland is extremely hands off, so. Interesting. Well, let's follow this dragon. Let's see what else he's got to show us. That was incredible.
So, you begin to follow Beldzar up from the mountain here. Beldzar is walking slowly, so you're able to follow without having any difficulty here. And after humidity and the heat kind of begin to ascend you all in traveling and hiking up this mountain, a number of hours here pass by. Beltar has yet to stop. Until they look from left to right. And they begin to move their feet in a pattern as they begin to work around some obstacles. And as you intently stare at it, you can see that there are booby traps neatly placed at various locations that Beldzar is moving around. Dare not fly, lest those in the cove will see. Albeit, I don't think they'd ever want to ruin this, but challenge me. Is they're continuously stepping through. Follow.
Yep.
Yeah,
We're right behind you.
As you follow, working through the steps, it doesn't take much longer. Before you reach a temple. Place constructed out of stone mortar. A grandeur temple now ruined, set apart by destruction. A large tree spans at the center point, growing from the earth as it's feeding from some source. Bark on the tree is slightly white. Its flowers are blue and glow with long, extended stamen, which are the little tendrils of fingers that are in the center point of a flower. And those stamen and pistils, they extend outwards. They grow long, and the pollen flourishes and moves with the blue and white. You see as Beldzar takes the door, lifts the door slightly and moves it. Made beautiful here is the symbol of the sun god placed at the entry of this temple. This is the first temple that was built by the first people. See as they look from left to right. It was ruined over time, and then again when the Talthars arrived on the shores of this isle. Particularly the Valator that became the Justicars. In secret, of course. They were guided on a mission to find what was hidden. The stories that they uncovered for the many temples that were built by the first people, documenting what they had found and discovered upon this isle. It suggested that they were unable to uncover the Twin Grail. Long did they search for this temple, and eventually they found it. I defeated them, and I destroyed their ship that they arrived on. After that, they made no more attempt to try to come to this island. I do not know why. Perhaps they feared me. Maybe they were gathering the resources. I don't know. That was over about 100 years ago.
Why did you choose to do that?
Because I value your traditions and your way of life. I value cultures and people. I was guided by Horan in the ways of the Valar, which speaks and tells that all things are to be worshipped in their own way. Even if I'm not someone that gives my faith to the sun god or gods in general, I know that these people did. And what they wanted to keep away from the world and what they wanted to keep here needed to be protected. That is the way of the Valar. And it's why we fought against many that tried to enslave and destroy your people. That was before my time. I'm not nearly as old as Horan. And this temple was built long before me. What I want to show you is what was birthed from that tree. In the fight and destruction, a sinkhole was created from the weight of me. The stone cascaded down. A small sapling had been growing within the earth. And now, after time, it's blossomed into something truly great. Because it feeds off of the object, the Grail, that they were so desperately seeking. You know, the first people, they speak that the Grail was twin, but there was two of them. In actuality, it is one Grail with two cups and one stem. It's a symbolic nature that one was to share it with another, to love, to celebrate harmonious relationships. It works in tandem with another item that is stashed in here, hidden away in a small chest down below. You see that the roots of the tree have overgrown any of the objects. They would have to be removed, perhaps deep digging at this stage, as the roots of the tree have grown over them. So you're really just taking the words, so to speak, of Beldar at the present moment. It is at least, I think it still is, a scepter of some kind. It is a shepherd's cane, celestial runes of prayer to the sun god. At the end is this immaculately created emblem dedicated to the sun. It was buried in that small chest, along with the twin grail. Now, the stories that I heard and I read about, I was able to figure why they hid it. Why they wanted to keep it away from the world. It was because of the avatar of the sun god. What you call the sun tree. Its name, according to the first people, is Eos. And I'm sure it's called that by the Order of the Light. That originated from the first people in their worship, at least some of them. Maybe they have this information kept in secret as well, but I don't believe so. I don't think they kept anything written down. Nothing to say why they found it. Say why they hid it when they found it. I think it is because that if the objects that dare lie underneath this tree are given to Eos, Stun Tree would not stand any longer, and the avatar of the Sun God would be mortal, physical, humanoid like you.
Huh.
That is not what the Sun God wanted, and that is not what Eos wanted either. They gave up these items. Upon that, they were transformed into the tree you know. Bring life and healing to all those around, and sanctuary and safety.
If it were to become mortal, it would be one step closer to removing the influence of the gods on this plane. And it would take away a position of power from the Talthals and their overbearing ruling.
I've always wondered why. Why Eos gave them up. And now it became the holy city of Othema. What was there? That the tree needed to grow over, just like the tree grew over these objects. These relics.
Might be a way I could glean more insight from that, but I wouldn't be able to do it today.
It'd be
You
interesting,
said
right?
that.
Continue.
You said the tree had white bark on it, correct? In certain spots.
It's very reminiscent of the sun tree. It's not the sun tree, but has very certain like specific notes to it that suggest it's related.
Okay. Out of curiosity, I would go and touch a white spot on the tree to see if it reacts and is either a second avatar or maybe the items have personified.
You touch the bark, and it feels very natural. There's no voice that reaches out to you or no vibrancy of light.
I'm assuming this tree is still significantly smaller than the sun tree, correct?
Very much so. It's only about 35 feet in height.
So it may not, if it is possible for it to develop such a consciousness, it might not be strong enough to do so yet, considering it's not a full avatar and it's just siphoning from the power of the sun god. Or at least the power of the items.
I have an idea if y'all want more insight on this. But I don't know if it'll work. I think Varys would kind of like go and put his hand on the tree, and they kind of like try to connect himself to the like inner divine piece he has, and use Call of the Divine, and see if he can connect with the sun god Pelor, and I would want to ask him what the purpose of separating these items from the sun tree was.
Okay. Let's see. There you are. All right. So, after 10 minutes, you begin to send word to a god, particularly the sun god, Pelor. Receive an answer. As that happens, tree slightly begins to glow. The god themselves begins to manifest from the tree.
Uh-oh.
Able to grow into a shroud from the roots of the tree and embody symbolic appearance. Pelor themselves, the bright head of sun, as it vibrates outwards in gilded gold armor. Then that begins to flutter forward away from the tree as it lands and crests down. Legs, arms,
Guys.
gauntlets begin to form, press in the direction of the altar and the statue. Figurine that gives dedication. As they rotate themselves around. You have called to me, and I have come. I see you
Yes.
have found the relics that I created for my child Eos.
We have been showed them by our friend Belzar here.
And you are to keep them safe and in secret, away from the hands of the Talthars, and those that would claim them to do harm. Eos, my child, blossomed and heralded a new age for the creatures of this world. A true shepherd that brought light from darkness. The battle between gods wreaked havoc on your mortal world. Monstrous abominations were mutated and created by the infernal deities that sought to enslave and ruin. It was Eos that kept all creations of the Celestials, protected and defeated the monstrous abominations away from one place, the place that your holy city is built upon. It is a congruence, the celestial plane of existence. It uses the gates of precipice to traverse through the sea and enter in to the celestial domain.
That is forbidden.
A congruence is a scaffolding in time and space. The gates were constructed with power not just for my domain, but also that of hell. It was to protect from those that would seek it harm, such as the Devoured, and use it to traverse into the prime material without due charge and a cost. The gates still stand against the Devourer. But much has been lost. Much has changed. This is not the realm that I see to. Mine is that to hold the souls and give them utopia in the afterlife. Eos, my child, shall not receive the relics, for they will be turned to mortal form, and the congruence once more will be accessible to mortal kind.
So these relics, separated from your creation, make sure that that congruence stays shut off from our
Eos,
kind.
transformed into the tree that you know, and planted and rooted, a symbolic form that your kind represents. You must not give them the relics. The tree will open, and a path will be formed. Yeah. Nice job, Dustin.
Fucking nerd.
Get Dustin, man. I just wanted one voice chat for all the groups. I thought we could do it. No, it's alright. This is the wisdom that I give to you all. You might not call yourselves too devoted of my light, but I see to the shelter and the healing, the harmony of all creations, good or bad. In my protection of the utopia I have created, the afterlife that many call to. I have seen the destruction of what you creations do to each other. That is for you to decide, not for me. But I do what I must to safeguard and protect the souls that have traversed to my realm. See, as the symbolic figure of Pelor looks towards you, Maldor. May call to the death of gods and the end of influence. But you must see wisdom and realize that the loss of all that which protects you would open a path to something far greater that would seek to destroy you.
Yes, about that, you mentioned that the gates were designed to keep the Devourer out. However, his seeds are already on this plane of existence.
Well,
Do you know a way to remove them?
For clarity, the gate is to keep the Devourer from accessing their realm, not ours. They are afraid of it.
The Devourer is an entity that has plagued gods since evolution of our kind. You must heed warning. The Devourer will only seek to destroy you all, no matter what they intend. They have one true purpose, one goal, one instinct, and that is to consume all matter, energy, and life. The gates of Precipice still stand, but much has been lost. The Devourer has pulled back. Helm does not know why, nor do I. It is Helm that protects the gates. What is your kind barely remains. They are weak.
Perhaps he should stop banishing them and striking them down.
I will not argue with you. I am not Helm. It is not my rule these gates. Helm is that of vengeance and retribution. They are the sword, and I am the shepherd. I seek to protect the flock, not to harm them. Keep the animals and the beasts away that would plague. Helm is the sword that would destroy those beasts before they got to the flock. We are two different gods. We have worked together before. And we are united that the Devourer must be stopped. The deity of order and time tried to do this. Before their battle with the Devourer, they gave guidance to Helm. I do not know what was spoken between the gods, but after that was done, much had changed in efforts at the gates of Precipice. See as they look down the glowing white light. I wish you all the best of luck. I give you my guidance, my blessing. Will do what you will do.
You should understand, Helm is no sword. I am the sword. He is the one who lacked the skill to wield it properly.
You will find no intervention in your path ahead. Begin to move towards the tree, and as they do, the shadow and light absorbs into the tree and they are gone.
Sorry, Maldor. I did not mean to bring him here.
But they're all so pompous.
Yeah. But I do like that one. I think he speaks reason.
He speaks grand words of protection and shepherding, but where was his protection and shepherding for those who were slaughtered and oppressed by those who follow his name? Meaningless words.
I think when you are the deity of something, and people do things in your name that you do not ally with, or you do not condone, you either strike them down, which I prefer he would have, because mages did not deserve that, or you create a place where those unfortunate souls can rest peacefully, which is what it seems like he did. I don't think he's our enemy, but I don't think you have to like him either.
Among the Celestials, he's one of the ones I am the least concerned with. But make no mistake, he grants the Talthals the power they used to quench those souls. He could have revoked it at any time and chose not to.
Yeah, what I'm starting to realize is that deities don't really have a hands-on relationships with a lot of their followers.
They are batteries. Without them, they are powerless. They care no more than that.
Kind of works both ways, right? The followers use his power as a battery to do their conquest and the killing,
Some of
and
them.
in turn, they worship that god and he receives power from their worship. I don't know.
The issue is we know where keys to a congruence are, and if we wish to close the congruences or simply remove them, we cannot do that with the doors barred shut.
For the moment, it's better barred shut, but there may come a time when we need to open it.
Don't know if that's a good idea.
Well, you've not been marked for death by a god to whom you just found the doorway.
That is true. But if you getting your revenge sacrifices the rest of humanity, would you still want to do it?
Well, for one, it's not revenge. It is simply survival. And to the contrary, I do not believe it means the sacrifice of humanity. It's quite the contrary. It's the first step in removing undue influence of deities on this plane. One more door shut. Permanently.
Then where do all the souls of the departed go to?
They don't need a congruence. They will go where they will.
All they're stuck. Imagine your soul can't traverse to any plane and it's stuck on the material.
I don't profess to be a scholar of souls, but to my knowledge, they do not obey the same laws of planar travel that we do.
Is there a check that I could make to kind of, with Varys's argument, understand what happened to Paxina to see if that was literally the fact that the congruence to the Feywild is shut, so there's no way for her soul to kind of return, or is that just a magic thing because she was made out of magic?
I don't think you need to necessarily have a check. Maybe just a reminder of some information. So Paxina, being a Freljord, is born to a cycle of like reincarnation. So there has to be a matter of energy transferring back to there, so that way a new Freljord can be born in that way, right? So the soul is what's being kind of transferred back and then has to be placed in. Now, is that one of the fears, right? Is that going to be something that's not going to happen because of the congruence, right, and not being there, and not being able to traverse the soul? And the correct answer would be that the soul is going to move no matter what, right? So simply because you can't really plane shift because of what's going on right now with mechanics of the cosmos and these congruences and how they're bridging, and how that works, that doesn't really mean anything to the souls and how they're traversing to the afterlife through space. They're still going to be called. It's very similar to that if you worship a god and you say, sun god, I love you, and you spend your life in piety or some manner of tenets, and they look upon you and say, yes, you are welcome into my utopia. You will spend eternity in the afterlife in service of what you've done in your mortal life. They are the ones who are claiming your soul. So they're the ones who are using their power to then take your soul through. Are they doing it because the congruences exist? And are they using those as influence, or is it really just the influence of what they're garnishing, right? So, and that comes into how deities get their power. They get their power because those are worshiping, they're devoting themselves, and it's almost very similar to a leech in a way, that they're like leeching that spark that's always in everything, the magic that's in everything. And they're kind of using that to grow their power. And so that same sort of connection they're going to use to almost retract your soul to the place it goes. But Paxina doesn't have a god that does that. It's just part of the cycle, right? And so would that actually happen with their soul? Would it go where it needs to go? And that can't really be answered until you really know what Freljord and all that is about, right? And the reincarnation cycle would be powerful enough that it could, right? you would stand to reason that it should be powerful enough to grab a soul from traversing it across the plane. But, you know, and you can be hopeful, but you won't know. Ultimately, you won't know until you get to the Feywild and you speak to another Freljord, or perhaps interacting with what conduit contains that reincarnation cycle.
I think I may have worded it poorly, but I think what Varys is worried about isn't the ability for the soul to travel to the next plane. It's that if all the congruences are shut off, did the worship of the people here matter anymore? Like, can the gods still receive power if every congruence on this plane is shut off?
It's a good question, right? Do they need to have some sort of connection to the world to gain power from it, right?
Yeah, I think that's what Varys is arguing. Not that, like, because I think ideally he agrees that, like, yeah, no being affecting humans would be probably the most, like, ideal situation. But if you cut off all of that, you know, also you're cutting off beings that do protect and help humanity. It's not just beings that harm them. And that, can these beings shepherd you to an afterlife? Or are you just stuck? Is your soul stuck here because you have no connection to any deity?
I think we're coming
Yeah.
to a philosophical point.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
think
don't know if there's a way to prove it.
I think the
I just think
philosophical
that's-
point would, I think you can actually prove it more or less. Would the gods want anything to do with the mortal realm if congruences did not exist? Would they simply use their power to create a new plane of existence, right? And make their own creations that would try to be influenced, right? That sort of thing. Because if there's not a physical manifestation of a god, and it's really just the words and wisdom that this god exists somehow, then that worship generally is lost. You don't have a whole lot of calling to that. A very easy thing to kind of say would be for Bane in this world, right? Bane was a god that then gave people power, those separated between the mountains and what became the Crystal Desert, right? They gave them power to then survive that in exchange for losing their worship of the sun god and worshiping Bane. And if Bane didn't do that, those people would never worship Bane. They would not know anything about that. So
Yeah.
I think that's where it comes down to, is that I think the gods, the philosophical point here is that the gods would not have any, they would just not want to deal with the mortal world, and thereby the worship and the influence would be gone.
Right, which would also cause a lot of people their paradise afterlife.
Exactly. And then they would not be able to go to an afterlife at that point. The soul would not be claimed by a god.
Yeah, I think that's what Varys is trying to argue. You're gonna mess up a lot of people's or afterlives by doing something that could be short-sighted. I think that was what he was trying to,
Sure.
and like not even tell you like what to do, just like warn you of like, you know, this could be the consequences of your actions. So yeah, I don't know if I worded it properly.
No, I think you
So-
did. I think it's a big philosophical thing, right? You
Mhm.
can't really prove that, until you become a god
Yeah.
yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this.
I think what's important here to take away from this discovery is that we have more resources at our disposal than we did when we first walked in here. So that's something to move forward with, knowing that if we need to open or close that congruence forever, we have that option at this point.
Or if for some reason the gates fall and there's a risk that the Devourer could get into our plane, we know that we can access that congruence.
It's important is that the congruence always kind of exists. It's always like there. It's just put in the stasis at the moment. And it's not bridged, right? So the deal that Paylor was speaking about was that there's twofold. The Gates of Precipice is something that Helm sees over and most likely created. And Eos, the child, she's safeguarding and kind of protecting the congruence so it doesn't bridge. That's something that Paylor did. So that's what Paylor was saying, that they work together in that. There
Okay.
was 2 steps to this, because this congruence in particular traverses through the actual the actual scaffolding goes through the astral sea, and so it can be used and tapped into. And so what they're saying is that they did 2 levels of defense, one on the mortal realm here, this plane existence, and one in the astral sea.
All of this, Malo, is not me telling you what to do. It's just to advise caution. You know, once you do something, you can't take it back.
It is worth considering.
I do believe that there's probably one thing that we can all agree. While they are currently safe here, they may not always be. Especially given our past track record with people showing up after we've done something, following those shadows. Do we need to take these with us now that we know about them?
I would not. Probably safer here than they are anywhere else.
Maris, voice emanates into your head.
Fuck.
Uh-oh.
Your vision underneath your helm begins to cloak in black, and your eyes turn. Those that really can't see you because of the helm. Voice and whispers, the shadows of the Raven Queen move in the blackness of abyss space in front of you. For a brief moment, begins to whisper to you. Those relics hold great power. The demise. The celestial gods has always been the eye of many that became lesser. You are to take these relics, and you are to use them to destroy the celestial god. You will be greatly rewarded. Your service to me is to reclaim the mortal souls of this realm. And so I ask this of you, and not command it. See, as the vision returns, the voice of your mistress is gone.
Fuck, no, there's 2 of you.
So,
God damn it.
important conclusion there is that your pact is that of reclaiming the souls, right, that are extending into these undead, right, these kind of undying lives. And so this would be more or less to be elected as a champion, perhaps, a chosen of this god, to then wage war against the Celestials, something that the lesser deities have wanted to do for a long time. You know this from Orcivis. Orcivis has talked about that
Yeah. Maldor makes a lot of great points. I mean,
It's so hard to like just be like, okay, I don't know that. All right,
Yeah.
now back to what we were doing.
Yeah, it's a pretty good time for a break too. I was kind of letting things kind of finish off, but if there's more things you want to discuss or think about, we could go to a break so you can think about those things before we come back. Yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
that's good. We can
All
take a break.
All right. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break here, so we'll come back at about 1:17 or 1:18 p.m. PST. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll be right back. Bye.
Bye, Chad.
Later.
Yeah.
because they obviously don't want
There's
anything
no
fucking over
fucking
them.
way we're gonna
Stream's
be able
live.
to steal their power. We're gonna get our asses kicked if we do.
All right. So here's the issue that we have. Okay. So out of character, Damodar is strong enough to steal from the goddamn prime elementals. If we cannot deal with some gods, we're never gonna win this fight.
And we also still
think-
have to deal with the Devourer.
you
It's
think-
really it's an order of operations problem. At this
You
point.
think
Yeah,
as
exactly.
we are now, we could go and fucking challenge Helm and
One more level.
Pelor and
Do you hear what Paylor said to you,
No.
though? Do you remember what Paylor just said?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're referring to exactly.
Paylor mentioned in cryptic way. It was actually cryptic through the language, but Paylor was basically saying that Maldor's kind, right? What Maldor knows is like destroyed. Like there's not really as much of it left because of what happened. And then somehow, some reason, the Devourer has pulled back entirely from the gates.
He's setting us up.
And
He wants
Helm
us to do that.
is
Waiting
weak
for us to do his work
because they
for
have
him.
spent all of these resources and now they're rebuilding, so they're recuperating. But Helm is right now is the weakest point that they have ever been in existence.
Yeah.
Say it. This is
Yeah,
an
they're waiting for
opportunity
us to
like
do
most
his
of
work
us.
for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I don't know a way to not like want these.
Dude, this is like a
We don't have to use them. Like that's Thanos' thing. I would just rather us have them so nobody else ever finds them.
I mean, they're arguably much less likely to find them buried under an ancient tree on an island nobody can get to than us carrying them around like an iPhone. Like
Yeah.
you can't make the argument that nobody's going to find them if we're carrying them around everywhere we go.
Is it?
Yeah, but they're a lot less likely.
Also,
to get
you have to make this argument to Belzar as well, because
Which
he's not
is
just
the
gonna.
biggest problem.
Yeah, he's not just gonna let you dig it up.
Well, Beldar stopped the Talthars because Beldar does not like the Talthars.
Yes,
Beldar
that's
spent
different.
Beldar spent time with humanoids. They understand humanity. They just don't. They didn't like the Talthars, and they didn't want the Talthars to have it for what they would do with it, what they suspected they would do with it. And so you can imagine this was more like, get off the island, don't come to the, and then all of a sudden they kept going, don't do this, don't do this, don't do it. And then all of a sudden they saw what it was and they began to try to, dig, right? They didn't, the fact is, Beldar had said they didn't even know this was down there until after the fight. So the Talthars don't know it's actually here. They just know there was a temple that they saw and that they were going to try to excavate perhaps. And Beldar kept saying, "Don't desecrate this place. Don't stop. And then they probably attacked the dragon first to try to get to the temple.
Sounds like them.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds exactly. So everything checks out in the story, and that's what Beldar was saying in a shorter way, I suppose. But Beldar fighting you, taking these. I mean, if you have a reason for it, I don't think Beldar is going to challenge you. I mean, they wholeheartedly trust you at this point. They're with you in your
Clearly.
cause.
Yeah, I don't really know what
They
to
took
do.
you
I
here,
feel like
so
I'm on an island here.
and again, they have no
So-
call. They don't worship the sun god. They have no. They don't. They could care less about the existence of these relics. It's more about the how the relics are treated, right? And if they're kind of celebrated and such. But if you're saying to them that goes, this is what needs to happen for our quest, right? To us to achieve eventually the freedom of Horan, or this the harmonious world that we know, and the end of Damodar. They're going to believe you. They're going to trust you.
Question for you.
A win for everybody, really.
Well, I was gonna say, so Paylor mentioned protecting them. Did he say that we had to leave them here, or was it more of like an active protect them, like keep them? From
He just said
Wow.
don't let the Telthars have.
Yeah, he
them.
said just don't let the Telthars
You
Yeah.
can roll. You can
So-
roll. You can roll insight. Actually, I'm happy to roll insight.
Am I good at this? I'm actually fucking my rolls.
That is so
You're
unfortunate.
it's pretty good at it though. So big modifier there.
Just a 2.
Yeah, just a 2. Yeah, I still get a 10. I mean, that's this level. I mean, this level you're able to figure things out much more quickly. I would say that you can interpret with your insight that Palor was vague because they did not really understand what it would be to protect them. So they kept it inclusive as possible. So if you felt it necessary to protect them by taking them, then that's what needed to happen. That's why they said they would not intervene on this path. Because first off, their tenant, right, is really allowing life and creations to flourish, and only coming out when the darkest of nights happens. Then they will try to protect as they can. And the second would be that their child was sent as essentially the avatar, right? That's why they're called an avatar. So that they were sent as a mortal form to try to protect and shepherd the people, whereas Palor, the god themselves, created the utopia and used their power for the afterlife of the souls. So they don't really have a whole lot of stake in this. They just know that they were that they told their child to do this because they wanted to preserve the utopia that they had, and it could risk it harm, right? If you were able to unite those objects with the tree, but that doesn't mean that you would do that if you just took them. So that's where the protection lies, to protect them against the Talthars, basically.
So in character, I'm actually going to look at Belzar. Do you wish to remain on this island to protect these relics? Because if not, we should take them with us to prevent anyone from ever finding them that would seek to misuse them.
I only found these from after the battle, the Talthars that landed on the shores. I kept them here because, well, this is my home, and I didn't know where else to take them. If you feel it's necessary to take them and protect them, then I would suggest you do so. There's only so much that I have been able to do the last 9 years that I have been enslaved to Damodar. I'm fortunate that nobody was able to stumble upon this place in that time and find them. There is many people that come to these shores for food and shelter. The Golden Hand is one such. They are nice people. I've met them upon landing. They only mean to use some of the island's resources before leaving. But others are not so. They wish to take. They were able to find this spoil. They would not think otherwise. They would just take it.
Then
If
we
we are
should
to
take
take them,
them.
it is well known that I have my own dealings in the Celestial Plane. And it is also equally well known that Varys has reservations to that plan. As such, one of them should stay with me and one of them should stay with him, so that no action can ever be taken without our agreement.
That's fair. The other thing to consider is that we can't leave them here because if Tegan knows about it, that means Trezgol can find out about it. And if Trezgol finds out about it, that gets the old one into the...
Damn it, Tegan. You got your own creepy person. It's just a dragon and not a weird Shadowfell deity.
I forgot. I do.
Yeah.
Just fucking...
So I don't.
I had
I
the
don't
trump card. I was like, we're taking
Shadowfell
these.
So,
I don't
we're
give a
taking
fuck.
these.
so
Yeah.
many things right now.
Yeah, we're taking these. Yep.
If
So,
one
like-
of them, if one of them goes to me, I will put it in a place where no one besides me will ever be able to find it. Until we all make a decision on how to use it.
That's code for a pocket dimension.
Magic things.
You want a tree to grow in a pocket dimension?
That could be interesting. He's going to create the shadow tree. It's going to be the opposite of the sun tree.
It's going to be the opposite. Of the tree, the
It
shadow
grew
tree.
up in a,
That's
in
the
a
most
void
pain
pocket
thing ever.
dimension.
He's gonna try to do something good and noble, and it's just gonna backfire, and it's just gonna be
Uh-huh.
worse. Just, fuck.
Fucking Anakin.
God damn, Anakin.
I suppose we should begin excavating. If we could do it without killing the tree, that would be preferable.
Yes, I have an idea on that, and I am just going to shape change into a fucking mole rat and I'm gonna dig around the tree and go down and find these
Fucking
fucking
mole
pigs.
rat. You know how tiny
man.
how tiny a mole rat is?
I mean, look, man.
A mole rat is so fucking small. There's no way you'd
How about
get
how
these
about
two
a badger?
objects
maybe
out
not.
of there.
Maybe not.
He's
a
just
mole.
making
Maybe a badger.
air
A
tunnels
badger.
for,
Yeah, it would be
I
a
think a
badger.
badger.
Yeah, a badger would be big enough.
Well, I was trying to make sure that it wasn't going to be something that would destroy the tree in the process.
Well, I
But yeah, I
mean,
guess
the
a badger
tree
is
the tree
tiny.
has grown from, but the roots are now over top. They're in the soil, right? They've taken a life of their own. This tree clearly is, on its own, and it's doing its own thing. I mean, time will tell if it has any magical properties, right? For
Yeah,
right
we're just
now,
trying not
it's-
to like cut up all the roots to get down there.
Yeah,
basically.
right now it just
Yeah.
is a
We-
nice tree you don't want to ruin. So
Druids can shape change or wild shape into a giant badger, so I imagine that's would be the optimal form for what we're trying to do.
But yeah, but I don't want to be a giant.
Actually, you could
badger.
can't you just shape change into an earth elemental and then just meld with stone and just go through the ground?
I don't know.
No,
with
because it
earth
has
or
to be
whatever.
a beast.
has to be a beast. Yeah. Change shape is only
Badger.
for a beast. Yeah, so the badger
Yeah,
makes
badger.
sense.
That's right.
Badger
You're able
work.
to get into the earth here and create these small tunnels. The roots are quite thick, but again, it's only a 35-foot tree, so you imagine that they're more sprawled at this stage to try to anchor it for further growth in height. You're able to excavate the Grail. The Grail is it's not a very large object by any means. It literally is a gold Grail with 2 cups and 1 stem. And the stem is braided and lined with several immaculate diamonds. And the scepter here is the larger of the two, but you're able to kind of pull it as it's elongated, so it's long, right, instead of wide. And it's a shepherd's cane made from polished metal etched with celestial runes of prayer to the sun god. The hook of the cane quickly becomes a bludgeoning mace in the shape of a 3-dimensional sun with smooth grooves and sharp-edged bevels. They both have their functions as magical items, and those are detailed there. Since we're imagine you'll be spending time with these items to identify them. You could also cast Identify if you wish. I'm not going to hide those descriptions. I'm just going to surmise that you're able to figure those things out over some time.
I will say that before I bring them up, I would cut myself to make sure that I mark them with some blood for no reason whatsoever in the future, but it's fine.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. So you should be able to double click on these item piles, and you should be able to pick them up. You gotta be next to them though. They function just like that. So whoever wants to grab them, put them into their
I
inventory.
wanted to read it.
Yeah,
Deacon
you
grabs
should-
both dimension doors. No, I'm kidding.
You should be able to open the. You should be able to open the
Yeah, if
item
you
piles,
click it, yeah,
and
from
then you
the
should be
item
able
pile.
to
Am I-
click the item.
Am I taking one? Was that the group vote?
So
Before,
the
I don't
assume
want to.
nobody
I don't want to step
assented.
on any toes or anything.
I mean,
Uh,
let's figure out what
I'm
they
just
do.
Yeah, I'm just
Somebody
reading. Yeah, I'm just reading this.
I am going to describe the items to you and what they do. It might change up who wants to have what, I suppose. So while wielding this grail, this trinket, you recover 1 hit point at the end of your next turn when you are brought to 0 hit points. In addition, you cannot be killed instantly by damage that is twice your max hit points. You must drink from the grail at dawn to gain these benefits. In truth, exactly how it was foretold in prophecy, this grail will preserve your life for technically eternity. But it's not necessarily an ageless, so you still age. You just can't be killed by being slain, right? So it's
Mhm.
really more about old age. But for you all, works quite well. Some of you, anyway. Now, the scepter is by far the more powerful of the objects.
Mhm.
It functions as a mace and has a +3 to its attack and damage. You can also cast Sacred Flame at will, and it has 7 charges and recovers all charges at dawn. And these charges can be used to cast a mass healing word, a greater restoration, or regenerate.
Jesus.
They are both classified as artifacts, which is a classification of a relic, so it goes beyond legendary.
I mean,
That grail kind of OP.
Yeah, they're both really good.
if we're talking about the mace from a support standpoint, we could make an argument that I could use it
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not using these items. I'm gonna hide them. So, if y'all want to use them, then I shouldn't take it.
I mean, we don't really have access to higher level cleric spells at the moment, so like
Mm-hmm.
that's something that we probably should take into account here.
You're also strutting that around that you have it, you know.
But is everyone going to really know what we're using at that moment?
Probably
gonna
not the
are they?
scepter, but
That's what I
the
mean. Are they going to immediately be
grail.
like, "Oh, that's"? I mean, the Grail, yeah, that one's a little more obvious. But like, is the Scepter really going to be
Yeah,
something they immediately are like, "Oh, I know exactly what that's from"?
Oh, that's up to you. I'm just,
think
I'm
Maldor
just
should take
stating
the
what my
Grail.
character would do. He would hide it away in a demiplane.
Man, it seems like I hit you all with something I did not. You're all just kind of. I did not see this happening today. Is what I'm getting
No.
right now.
No,
Those
this
spells
was
are
a lot
so
more emotional
helpful.
than. Yeah, I do think that I don't in character. I don't think that hiding them is the play as much as just making sure two different people have them in case one does need to get away. Because
Just, just so you know, what I would do with it, I wouldn't keep this. I would hide it in a demiplane that only I would be able to access.
I think that's definitely. I just think if we were to stow one away, I think the Grail, as great as it is the one that it should be, because the mace like actively has benefits that we can use. Like even if you don't use it as the weapon, to be able to be attuned to it, to use the greater restoration or the mass healing word, to be able to just have access to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Can we all use the Grail like at dawn?
So
You
the
have to
item
be attuned to it,
the
yeah.
item requires attunement.
Okay.
The benefits of the Grail are only those who are the only benefit get is from those who are attuned. It doesn't mean you can't both drink of it. It has two cups, so it's kind of
Yeah.
done in a way that you're supposed to like hold the Grail between, and then one drinks one side and the other one drinks the other
Okay.
side. But only the one who's attuned to it gets the actual properties of that. It's more of a symbolic property to build like a harmonious relationship between two people that they're drinking from such a relic.
And the relic, the Grail, you can still keep it in the demiplane and just drink it at dawn and gain the benefits from it.
You'd have to leave an attunement slot available, but
Yeah.
yes.
It's up to you. I'm not because I know like I have a totally different like view on this than everybody else. I'm not gonna make I'm not gonna make a decision that affects everybody else.
Can you use the mace, Deacon? Is that something you can wield?
Do I have to be proficient in the weapon itself in order to attune to it?
maces are also simple weapons. So.
Yeah.
A mace is a simple weapon, so you don't you can use it with your proficiency. In order to gain the benefits of the spells, you'd have to be attuned. So
Yeah.
you have to have attunement to the scepter in order to use those spells, which is the only benefit you'd get based on what you have now.
And do I have to be specifically wielding it in my hand in order to access the spells?
Correct. Yep. You have to have it equipped in your hand in order to use it. Yep.
If you want, this is just sort of a middle ground, since Maldor has his opinions on who he trusts with these things, and we don't want to give up access to cleric spells. We could put it on Linnea. She already has.
That's actually
healing
the
spells.
smartest idea I've ever heard in my life.
Right. Yeah.
I just didn't want to be like, I want to put this legendary item on my bot, but I mean, it's
Yeah,
kind of
but
No,
that makes a
No,
lot
I mean
of
she's
sense.
the heal bot.
That makes a lot of
Yeah.
sense. That is very smart, actually.
and that would effectively be the one that Maldor considers under his care, and then
Okay.
you guys can do whatever with the other one.
Yeah, that works perfectly, actually.
Cool. I'll take the Grail then.
I agree.
The spells are going to be really helpful to heal everybody.
Yeah.
Because I was going to play
did-
a cleric. Like, that's what I was thinking of. And I was
I
like,
did-
oh.
I did read what the staff could do, and I was like, what a waste. But
Yeah.
This is what my character would do. He would not walk around with this thing. He would fucking instantly hide it.
But no, we were
I
literally
do
talking
think.
how
ahead.
like we needed to get Linnea a weapon or like something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
actually huge for her.
That
She
also
also
gives the
really needs a
+3,
combat cantrip.
so-
Yeah, it's a +3, and she has no combat cantrips.
And, like,
so,
yeah.
like, it gives her a combat cantrip.
That's it's
too, so-
perfect for her. And
It's
like you said,
perfect for
spells on
Linnea.
her, yeah, it's perfect.
Gun.
Should have said that
I love
first,
it.
Adam. Damn it. We were like, what do we do?
Yeah.
I love how
Like
I love
Maldor
how,
said what he said. I wasn't gonna like
I
use
know.
his trust issues to dictate who gets magical items, but it was like-
I love how like it instantly just worked itself out. Like we were
Yeah.
all like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't really know what to do. Yeah, I could give it to Linnea. Oh yeah, of course.
Well, because I was like, I've got the staff of warding, and like in perspective, like yeah, the mace is way more powerful, but like access to like an extra counter spell and a couple shields is like really useful for me.
Yeah.
so
That
I
and-
dragged it from my sheet to hers, and it did add the attack to her sheet, but it also left the item in my sheet, so that there's things happening.
It's cute. You guys actually hold it together at the same time.
Right.
You're just always holding hands over the scepter.
Right. She doesn't have a normal inventory, so it's a little weird.
Linnea joins the party like 2 days later. Hey, hold this a relic to the sun god, please.
Hang on to this.
Oh, I got it.
She's like more celestial than I am. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah, so the spells on the magic items module have been having a really hard time. So this item's still built on that module. So you'll see in the spell book of Linnea, it shows that on the bottom, right? So we just have to see and take it with stride, and see if that'll work or not. But the one of Winter and Friday's group, yeah, that's super bugged right now. So I just have to figure out why and what's going on with the module. But for now, we'll have to keep that up and.
I immediately went into wizards. Went on to Google and say, "How would a wizard hide something he doesn't want anyone to find?" It was like, "How do I do this?" But I was like,
would've put
I
that
don't know.
shit in Herbert.
Fucking metagamers.
No, I mean, I knew that like if I took this thing and like hid it away, that like it would be pretty lame for the rest of the party to be like, "Ooh, we get this crazy magical, powerful item," and then Varys just sticks it in a hole and we never see it again.
I mean, it's
So-
perfect with the Grail though because you can still hide it and gain the benefits.
I don't have the Grail. I didn't
Oh.
take it.
I took it.
Damn.
I
Because
will
it
be
was pretty.
sipping-
I'm
I will
assuming.
be sipping from my
Mhm.
pimp cup every morning.
Oh my god!
My pimp.
I mean,
Sip from the pimp.
that
cup.
one makes sense as well. So you can tell he didn't make the deal with the old one for the whole old age. Is
True. It's like
mean,
a
if the-
fail-safe
I
type
mean,
of thing.
for me, if they're separated, it's fine.
It's also a
Like-
building
like if
exercise.
the
Every
same
morning I'll
person
pick
doesn't
someone
have it.
new, and we'll drink from the cup together and start to build that bond.
And we don't get anything from it, but it's just a
It's,
symbolic
Companion.
thing.
it's a symbolic thing that you're getting from it. I'm getting all
think,
the
I'll drink from it every morning with you. Don't worry.
I think
no matter what, just you're first in line.
I think at this point though, Varys is gonna kind of look to the rest of the party and be like, "Would you like to return to Fatehaven, or Belzar? Do you have more to show us?"
I mean, that's pretty much it. But the Isle
This
has other sites where the first people had settled. Some of those have some leftover supplies and things, but most of that is just lost to time. I'm glad that you got to see this place, and it seems that Sun God even came to you, spoke to you about these items, these relics. I hope they'll do. I hope they'll give you power that you seek and that you need in our quest. What's the plan now? I thought we could be here for a couple weeks, and I can get us some food, and there's lots of game to hunt here. Maybe we can build a little village, have a little party, feast.
Well,
Fortunately, we kind of have some stuff we need to do, like free Hoan from Daminar's to control. That was next on the list.
I believe we did have some things on our to-do list, though.
Lady Sindar Elena, we just made a deal
Yeah.
with to go meet in Fate Haven in a couple of days.
Yeah.
We should probably do something about that old one wizard. Or the Wizard of Old, whatever. There's so many
suspect-
old people here. It's
just old
it's weird,
guys.
man.
That's ageist. I suspect we will inevitably run into them when trying to deal with the Horan situation.
I don't think we can deal with him quite yet. We don't know where he is.
The other question I had about this Horan situation. We don't have a gold stone, do we?
No.
We do not. We need to find it.
But we have no beacon through the desert to find the rest of these.
The star, maybe.
Well, Vistar is from the desert, correct? Like,
He is.
we could ask him if he's heard about. Because it seems like every time we look to find stones, it's either some sort of heirloom that was passed down, or some sort of rumored thing, or some sort of conduit of power that was cherished by a group.
From
So
a child's neck in Fort Fane.
I'm just
Look.
saying, odds, if we go down the line, probability, someone's probably seen it. And if he's well connected there, he might know or have heard something about it, something like a fragment of a stone, or knows who we can talk to in the desert that might know what they are.
I completely agree.
Yeah, well, Vistar
Well-
offered to meet us somewhere and be our guide or something, right? I was gone that session, or
Yes.
part of it.
But that was in the city, and I
It was in
don't
the
want to
city.
go back to the city.
Yeah.
Oh, I
was
thought
that-
they had agreed to meet us in the desert somewhere.
No, they basically said that when this is said and done, we can meet up and then we can go. It was pretty vague.
Yeah, we could just send them a message or something.
You can send a
Yeah, tell him to
message.
meet us in Fate Haven.
Yeah,
build
or
a
in the
I mean-
desert somewhere.
get a builder.
Yeah,
and
we
get
can
him.
meet him in the desert.
It'll be significantly easier if we go to him. Let's remember, guys, not everyone can teleport.
Well, what I'm saying is, what he wanted to, what we can do is we can ask him to to go to the desert, some area that we know well, and then we can meet him there. After we are done talking to Lady Sindar Lane in Fate Haven.
Yes. I agree.
Yes. Out of character, I just know somebody gave me a shopping list.
That's why I
So,
was like,
like-
there's some things
Yeah,
on the
we
to-do
can-
list. So honestly,
Yeah.
if Beltzar wants to chill for a week, we could probably do that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, if he wants to stay here and hang out, that's fine. We can get back to Fate Haven without him. Yeah. Where would
Yeah.
we want to meet Vistar?
It would have to be somewhere you're kind of familiar with, right? So we haven't been into the desert yet.
We could go stop by Lucia, do a little bit of shopping, and then go to Fate Haven, because then we can just say meet us in Lucia.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the dragon doesn't mind to bring us to Lysier, I could take a rock or something from there, so I'm more familiar with the place, and then I can bring us back to Lysier
Rock.
at any time.
I need a rock. Someone have a rock
got
right
any
here.
I need something physical
There
from
you
the
go.
place. It helps.
There you go
me-
for that rock.
it helps me get back. It helps me get back easier to the place.
Just check the souvenir shop.
Souvenir shop.
Varys just has a bunch of t-shirts, like, from everywhere we go, just so he can teleport places.
I mean, I haven't been doing that because I haven't had the spell. It's either a circle or nothing. I'm not required to. I don't need a circle anymore.
But you're not going to be like the dude in the king's throne room that just because you have teleport, you stop preparing circle, right?
He just didn't have teleport
He didn't
at all.
have anything prepared. He was just too
I
lazy
have
to
them.
cast
I have
it.
them both. I'm gonna have them both all the time. But
So
yeah,
you really made it when you've got an apprentice that's so high level that you make them have that prepared at all times to teleport you around so you could save your magic for other stuff.
so I think our plan here, Balzar, if you're okay with it, is if you could bring us to Lucia, then I can move everybody around where need be, and if you want to stay on the isle and relax, we'll let you know if we need you.
You could come back for the party.
Or you can come make a new home in Fadehaven.
You could
We
come
have
see
some nice
Fadehaven as well.
mountains and
You've earned the right to do whatever you want.
I think I'll stay here for a while. Fill my belly. Take a rest. But are you gonna come back here then?
We might, if
You can come back here, or we could have you meet us when we move to the desert to go find Horan.
yes, I know you're not a fan of the stone, but it does allow us to communicate. So if you ever need us, or vice versa,
You can also just
I
send
don't
a
have to
message.
use it for all of the evil purposes.
Okay. Yeah. I guess reach to me through the stone and tell me where you're at when you're ready to see Horan.
would you mind dropping us off in Lucia?
I could drop you off in Lucia if that's what you want. Don't
Would
mind.
be pretty convenient. I can't lie.
All right. Caesar, slightly perhaps disappointed you want to leave so soon.
Yeah.
Last
got a
time
lot
we
of
took
stuff
an
to
extended
do.
break, a city disappeared.
Yeah.
To be fair, I might actually offer to stay with him because I'm just going to be working on potions and stuff. I'm going to need island supplies anyway.
Well, I want to get back to Fadehaven for that meeting.
Somebody
Yeah.
gonna stay here
Lady
and protect the
Cinderella.
dragon.
Can you just teleport me back here after? No, because
The
you only
meeting?
teleport once a day. Yeah.
Well, that's
I
not
mean,
for
I'm-
a few days.
I'm not using I'm using the circle to get home, so I could technically teleport you back here and then use the circle to get back home again. Technically, yes. If you want me to be your taxi, I can.
Yeah, I think I'm going to hang out with Belzar. Marius, you want to join us? I feel like frolicking in the woods isn't something you do very often, but
That'd be frolicking.
Yeah, I could. I like it here.
Yeah.
Might retire here.
I'll
Build a home.
I'll probably tag along too.
So we're going back to Haven first, right?
You were invited, Tegan.
Timeline wise, we're going back to Fairhaven first, and then I'm bringing y'all all back.
Right,
honestly,
yeah,
I think
meet
what
with-
makes the most logistical sense is we just agree that we'll meet you and Maldor back here in a couple of days, and you guys can teleport here,
Yeah.
and then we go back to Fadehaven for the Cinderella meeting. Does that make sense?
To make it quicker, Thanos, we could just stay
How did-
here too, so that
That's what I was saying. is
Beldar,
me, you,
Beldar
and
doesn't
Tegan
have to
just,
have more people on his back.
just stay here.
Oh.
Yeah, those two go to Lucia. They go, and then when the meeting's about to happen, you come get us.
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
Also-
really, what I was gonna do was gonna have the meeting as soon as we get back.
So we're running into logistical problems here.
Yeah.
So you're basically taxiing, right? The thing about Lucier is that you might be able to hit Lucier if you're trying to get information and rely on Vistar, right? Maybe Vistar needs to reignite contacts, right? Figure out some things. Lucier is the only city in the entire region. The Nesquil is not even it's not somewhere where people go. That is just where the Belmok are. It is a village that is cut off from the land. talk about the Oasis. That is just a hodgepodge sanctuary for people that roam the desert to hang out in. There is no established governance. There is nothing there as far as anything that will help you besides a few structures for drinking and eating and shelter, right? So the Crystal Desert is a barren wasteland besides for those 3 areas that I have just spoken to you about. So for going to Lucere, you might want to have an opportunity to then have the star there as well. So that way you're doing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? You can handle some of your downtime stuff while the star is reigniting contacts perhaps, or even just getting a bearing of the Crystal Desert, asking questions, right, of what you should suspect and expect in the region. Beldar can take you there now, but Vistar getting to Lucere on foot, they have to go through the Torvald Pass. They're going to literally have to go through a mountain range, and they'll have to cross the mighty river, across one of the bridges, which has still been controlled potentially by dwarfs that have yet to be given any orders otherwise. And they will have to then go through Fort Aethelon and that bridge there, which is also occupied by not Clan Gilgal dwarves, but actually another faction that are going to be a little more peaceful. So they're going to be able to get to Lucere. They're going to be able to enter into the Crystal Desert. It's going to take them a long time to do that. And so
I think the initial goal was just to get knowledge of it so that we could teleport back later. So we could
exactly.
We could also always go pick up the star if we have to. Just take an extra day.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I was gonna say was send a sending to Vistar. Say, hey, we're interested in finding and freeing Horan. Can you meet us in Lucere? Go to Lucere, get something, and like be familiar with the place. So when I teleport back, I won't kill us. And then, and then go to Fate Haven. Do our downtime, the meeting with Lady Sindor Lena. Wait for Vistar. However many days Vistar says it's going to take him to get there. Then whenever that amount of time is up, we'll go back to Lucere and meet up with everybody and then go on our way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm asking Thanos and really the rest of the party that wants to stay here, do you want to be there for the meeting or would you like to stay here with Belzar?
No, yeah, we want to be there for the meeting, but as soon as that's done and we're waiting for him to, travel a little bit and get out of the city, I'm going to be hanging out with Belzar. So,
That's
anytime
fine.
that we're not in the meeting.
So I can bring you back after the meeting.
Let's all
go.
It sounds best to do the meeting now. It sounds best to just get you all over there and then have the meeting and then go your separate ways.
That was the plan.
Yeah.
Was just do the meeting right away.
Also, do we really want to fly into Lucere? Wouldn't it make more sense for you guys to teleport here and then we just go to Lucere instead of doing that now?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Just to draw less attention.
Because we were going to take Belzar with us anyway.
It just seems like this, it's just less steps. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we can all go back to Fate Haven, and then when the time elapses, I'll take me and Maldor back here.
Meet up with the other 3 of us.
No,
you'll have to ferry everybody else back early, and then we'll come.
You go to Fate Haven, do the meeting, ferry back, and then handle stuff further in Fate Haven, and then the rest of you do stuff here, and then eventually, you go to Lucere.
We'll meet up.
Okay.
Because there's a city on the Isle of the Palm, right? Isn't that what you said?
No.
No established city
I'll
or anything
use
here.
this place as my reference to teleport back.
Yeah, so imagine right now you are thousands of feet in elevation on a mountain is where you're actually at. Very rugged and terrain. It would require miles of travel to actually get to the cove that most of the people would be at. At the cove, there is an established village, which is more or less a combination of several pirate smuggler type folk. Might have some golden hand involvement, right? and it's really there to like exchange supplies, perhaps bartering goods, stowing away some very things you might not want out in the surface, and maybe getting a nice thing of grog. That's what it's for, and it's not anything that's going to be pertinent to you guys as a group here. You don't really want to get involved with that, and if you know, I mean, you could if you want to. And it's not to say that Belzer hasn't gone down there and spoken with them and had a grog. And that's what Belzer is saying, is that they have no problem with those type of folk, because it's the Golden Hand that kind of rule the roost right now down there. And they have been doing that for a long time. But that's not to say that another ship couldn't arrive and they, you know, decide they want to hike up here and find this. So it's a lawless land.
But
and
yeah,
yes, no establishments.
To make it clear, I can go back to Fatehaven here and back in one day. Like, I have the spell slots to do that.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just if
So
she has the means to getting to Fatehaven like now, we should just do it now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the plan.
Okay.
Okay. One of us does need the message of a star and let him know.
Do I have sending still? I think I do. I can send a sending to a star.
Okay. If you want to do that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and say, Vestar, we have regrouped. We would like to meet you in Lucier. If you could let me know when you could get there at the earliest convenience. We're going for Horan.
Response back. It's quick. I will do what I can to finish my work here and head out. 4 days. It'll take me weeks to reach Lucier. I would not expect. And then cut off. It's too many words.
Yeah, maybe we have to. Go.
Yeah, maybe
I'll
we have
cast
to
sending
pick
again.
him up.
I'll be like, hey, so there's a word limit. Keep it short and sweet.
Tell him we can come pick him up if that is easy.
Also, we can like come get you. It's no big deal.
It would take 3 weeks to reach Lucier on foot. Best to get me.
Okay.
Much
Well,
Okay, I'll use my last 3rd level spell slot and say, cool, dude. We'll meet you in 4 days.
yeah. And we'll just figure out where he's at on the day of. Sounds good. Okay. So Varys is going to take out his magic enchanted chalk, kneel on the ground, and create a teleport glyph to transfer us all to Fatehaven.
Okay. I do like how you did not allow the star to respond again to the last sending, because the star was, because you just like for me to like, okay, moving on.
Oh,
Vistar-
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I
my
just
bad.
I
didn't
just gotta
mean to
catch
do
my
that.
throat sometimes before I speak, or I'll hack and
That's my
stuff. So
bad.
so Vistar is going to respond that you can find them at the Rabid Ice on the north side of the lower steps.
Got it.
Right.
I'm gonna need more crystal infused chalks.
Yes, you
They're
are.
only 50 gold.
yeah,
Probably like
they're not
200.
super expensive, but
So we're all teleporting except for Biltar, right?
I think
I
he
mean,
didn't
Beltar
want
can
to
come if he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
said he didn't want to.
I'm gonna.
He doesn't
Biltar's gonna live his best life over here.
Yeah, before we head out, I'm gonna go for a handshake on Belzar. Say truly thank you for everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab a piece of the stone from the building, so that I have a connection with this place. So if I need
You
to
are now
come
a
out-
heretic who has desecrated Holy Land.
You
Thank
must
you.
have
I mean,
fight it in the name of
we just dug a hole in this place.
Thank you so much for doing everything that you've done and protecting the people. I know it's a sacrifice to make an enemy, but I believe you've done the right thing. Sees Belzer stares at you, Varys, as you pick up a thing. Sacrilege! Just kidding.
He says sacrilege. I finish the last glyph on the ground. I go into the.
And then we teleport away.
Bye.
Woo! Hey, I've never been to this place before.
It's been a while since
you
I've
actually,
been here.
yeah, you actually appear in my tower. So look, there's a city.
Bro, I think the last time I was in Fayehaven was when I grabbed the costumes, and I just haven't been back since we left.
If you've done to
No,
my
yeah.
home.
Yeah, what have you done to my homeland?
Always plotting something, so I'm like, yeah, I gotta stay behind. But this time I get to stay behind with friends. Marius, Tegan, Belzar. What could possibly go wrong?
What could go
A lot.
wrong? A red dragon flies over the sky.
Yeah, not our problem.
You hear, I heard you weren't at Bealder. Let me show you.
Yeah.
Turns out on the Isle of Palm, it's actually a volcano, and this is his second home.
Just saw your message, Brendan. Yeah, I forgot to change your art. That's sorry, my bad.
You're all good.
I
just
just
realized
find that
I did
message from Brendan
Yeah.
to figure out what
You
all.
also, by the way, you all have the capability of doing it yourselves now. Actually, should probably have like a tutorial on that. How to do that?
Yeah.
Would probably
Yeah,
the
just 'cause
best,
Just because I have the ability to doesn't mean I'm capable.
Yeah.
I was looking at the same shit, honestly.
Yeah, I'll have to take some time and do that.
It's no big deal. I just wanted to make sure it was sent to you because I sent it in the chat, but I never really established which one I had picked.
God, that art looks sick.
I can't do the landing page yet because of memory stuff. I have the stream going and stuff, and that requires me to open up Photoshop at the same time.
Oh,
which
for
is
sure. You're all
way
good.
too much memory usage at that stage. So you arrive in Fatehaven within the Wizarding Tower of Varys. Varys, do you remember what your tower's named?
Varys' Tower of Time.
Varys' Tower of Time.
The Disneyland ride?
It does
Fucking
sound like a
sounds like a
Disneyland.
Tower of Terror, dude.
It's actually the Guardians of the Galaxy now?
I won't do a description, I would say, of the tower, specifically of the Varys, if you want to kind of fill in the details of that. Just know that Fatehaven at this point has grown more than you have seen it before. And in times of Realm, it makes sense. There's a lot more people that have influx into the city. Your arms are open to them. And they're continuously building structures and doing work to try to encapsulate the beliefs that have been led by you all, Council of Fate. Your leadership upon this place remarks and heralds, I suppose, a new age to these people that find a home outside of the rule and thumb of the Talthars, that the regime of which has crumbled because of the aftermath of Bealder and the lack of leadership taken by the Lord Thalin Falor. There has been messages that have reached the council that you have put in power on your stead. The notable figures, right? That the watch commander, right? The Bakar. So there's everything is kept in nature as it should, and those messages are really coming from the holy city. They're coming from the keep that's in there, and they are speaking that trifle and turmoil have plagued a number as they are attempting to elect a steward of some sort, somebody that they can possibly put in charge. And it is too difficult with the contest and conflict of the noble houses that bent the knee to the Talthars. And they are striving and fighting for power, essentially. And they have separated the city out, especially the nobles district. And the Order of Light is really all that keeps them away from their influence, and that of the plateau where the Sun Tree lies in that district. You have Fort Frostbeard that continues to maintain order and preserves some semblance of unity amongst the city, especially the rabble of the Drift. But the news portrayed to you all would suggest that the city is not thriving and is not succeeding by any means, which is your neighboring city, right? Viva is technically your neighbor in realm of region, and Alathan would be your other neighbor. And Alathan is messages sent to you. They are perfectly fine. They have actually taken strides to build a democratic council that is not presided over by the Talthars by any means, and they're delegating tasks very similar to what we would have in modern day in the offices and the different branches of departments, so to speak. And those letters would be receiving, emissary by emissaries or even delegates that are arriving on behalf of those people as they begin to take power, and some of which write for themselves and others for the people. Just giving you a little bit of an update of the status quo, I suppose. Doesn't mean much. Now, we are now heading into the direction of the keep. As described in detail, it has bastions that extend away in kind of a triangle-like form, and is a very small keep that sits within a section of the city to the southwest. It is on its own sort of leaflet isle that has been built up from the rock and the stone, has its own walls, and a bridge of defenses. When you constructed the city, it was important to have a very defensible foothold and a fallback to use the river system of the Farron River. And such, it has maintained order and strives with many encampments that now have been built, and the courtyard surrounding the keep, as well as that of the dockside. They are filled with the Knights of Mark. They have the tents and provisions for all of those great knights that are sent from Glenmark. And the mages have constructed teleportation circles in various sections that they've built stone structures around to protect them. And those are now filtering more knights and more mages of Clavia from Glenmark, and has in the realm right now, in terms of numbers, you can imagine just shy of 200 knights and just shy of 60 mages have now joined the ranks here at Fatehaven.
Our keep has a teleportation circle, or no? I don't remember.
You never established a teleportation circle inside of the keep, so they also would not jeopardize the keep by putting a circle inside of that, and so they're only permitted, as far as the Watch Commander Thalden is concerned. They're only permitted to be able to position teleportation circles on the dock side. So in case a frontal defense has to be positioned, they can push them back to the river at the back. So that's kind of the...
Didn't we also task Brugo with making sure people couldn't teleport into the city without using one of the circles?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was just making sure, or I was just checking to see if we need to go back to the tower for our meeting, or if we're gonna do that in the keep. But I think we need to go back to the tower.
Yeah, we could escort him to the keep from the tower.
The question here is not that the Lacend Orlena has capabilities with Glenlar and the palace to be able to teleport without a circle.
Mm-hmm.
They were this was
Brugo
more
was supposed to stop that.
This was out of respect to you all, right? Is there somewhere that I should teleport in to be received properly, or would I have to teleport into a circle? So if you did do an official circle, it would be your tower.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. We would have her teleport into the tower and then come to the keep afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
So
These circles were, again, they were put here, and then clearly, right, you talked about Bruga, that's forbidden, because you're not going to want them to funnel through your tower when they're arriving. So the first bout was the ships, right? So the first bout was the ships to lay them on shore, and now they have more ships arriving with more, but they want a strong frontal foothold here with their banner in case something is going to happen, so they can land those ships.
Yeah. So I guess I would send her ascending and let her know what the glyphs are, so that she can teleport to the circle in my tower, and then we'll escort her to the keep.
Okay.
So, yeah. And I'll just say, we were back in
Counterspell.
Fate.
Counterspell.
We have returned to Fate Haven. The glyphs to my circle are, and then I'll just tell her.
Okay. The response back is swift. Most excellent. We are arriving in the hour.
I'm going to arrange for a proper military and mage welcome party.
Yeah, I can have the Knights of the Mark and mages to have an escort through the city.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell the Rangers to look out for anyone suspicious. While we have a truce with the Mages of Reckoning, I feel like us doing a big hubbub has the potential to draw eyes.
I just
So
am I the only one that's like we shouldn't just blindly trust this lady?
I don't blindly trust anyone.
I'm gonna say that's why he's bringing a military thing, and I have people.
Yeah, we're taking a good amount of precautions that are honors, but they're really not.
You just gave her glyphs to your tower, though.
I could change them.
Just get a new number. It's fine.
New phone, who dis? Question mark.
Yeah. Also, my tower is heavily warded. Like, it's not just something that you could just walk into if I don't want you to.
I think we're fine.
But also, I kind of trust her. I feel like there's like a side to her that we haven't gotten to see yet, but that's out of character.
Quick
Hopefully
to
it's the side with his
judge.
answers.
What are your intentions of this woman?
He wants to see all of her sides, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
It was pretty attractive, but again, that was some time ago. Supposedly.
He's also a mage, and I do tend to be attracted to those.
And the truth comes out.
Based on previous experience, she's going to be much more powerful and make a big deal of showing him how much more powerful she is.
Well, that's a given.
He's going to show him that her tower is bigger than his tower.
I mean, my tower's new, man. I'm doing my best.
So you all have to come
It's still
to
growing.
some order. Are we uniting the entire council here? Are we having a council meeting with this lady sooner or later? Giving them proper I would suppose, respect as an independent
Yeah.
entity
Thanks.
Yes.
to unite all of the powers that you have here in the city. Okay. So you're going to be sending the messengers out from the keep to fetch those that are not inside of the keep, or even those to kind of coordinate that. Now, guess you remember who you have to coordinate that through?
Oh, is it?
It's
That's
Al.
the fucking tumble
That's the
rod.
town
It's
crier.
Alvin
Yeah.
Tumblerot.
God
He
damn
is. He is. Yeah. So
What
you're
was his name? His name was
Alvin. Alvin.
Alvin.
yeah.
Alvin.
Alvin
Yeah, I almost said
Tumblerot.
Andrew, but that's
Alvin.
the-
No,
he's-
Andrew
he's
not.
at the
No,
war farm.
Andrew is my tumble rod
Yeah.
that I fuck with from time to time.
Alvin
So-
Tumblerot.
So Alvin Tumblerot would be someone that coordinates your messages, right? They're kind of like an adjutant in a way. There's like official position for them, but you have them filling in multiple roles, so I'm not going to give them that title because they're doing like messages, coordination, other things. So they're going to be the ones that are able to send their lackeys out to fetch those elsewhere, or those even in the keep, to gather them within the Chamber of Fates and get ready for this meeting that will happen in an hour. You have some time here before this meeting takes place after you give word. Is anybody doing anything before we get to the meeting?
No, I think Varys is just like mentally trying to get ready to meet an important person.
I
He
think
said
we should,
1 hour, right?
Yeah, it said behind
Yeah.
an hour. I
Make
think we
him
should take a
poisons.
I think we should take a moment to discuss the situation, the updates that we've gotten from neighboring cities.
Yeah,
I
that's a good
recommend-
idea.
I recommend we send some support to Othema with a strongly worded suggestion that we would be happy to continue to support them if they were to set aside their traditional election process that seems to be failing and establish a council of all those involved. It should be chaired by Ringla Uku as a neutral observer, who also commands their defense forces anyway.
That's a good idea.
Damn bureaucrats.
Wait, did we just turn this game into the Cold War?
Yeah, we kind of did.
Did we ever send those cannons to Fort Baron, by the way?
Oh,
No
no, we
particular
didn't.
reason.
We should let them know that they were under threat of invasion by the dwarves, but that has since passed.
Yeah,
Me
That's a good
timing,
idea.
of course.
Right.
I can
True.
draw. I can write up something real quick. Up to all that.
Casually worded in such a way that
We will send you more aid if you do exactly what we ask, and also we saved your goddamn.
also, yes, congratulations on us protecting you. That's essentially what just happened.
It has been an honor to strengthen this bond.
Yeah.
We look forward to your continued cooperation, and
Can't wait till you bend the knee.
Compliance. Use compliance. Really
Yeah,
sounds.
compliance. Yeah, no. That'll work.
Yeah,
We
that
look
seems
forward to
problematic.
your continued cooperation.
Ooh, passive
XOXO
aggressive.
Council of the Fate.
Okay,
Not
so
really.
what? So you're sending? You want to
You know
send?
how mad Ringlar's gonna be when he finds out we put him in charge of all of Othema?
So you want to send a message to the city, to the holy city here, to try to offer
So-
aid to the people.
Yeah. So we would send. I assume they probably need something in the way of support personnel. You mentioned they were having like a lot of structural problems because of their lack of election success. So maybe just like some personnel to help with logistics, with an offer of like further aid, but with us tied to a suggestion that they give up on this failing election process and just create a council and have Ringlar be the chairperson, as he's not tied to a noble
Yeah.
house and doesn't
Okay,
have a dog in
so-
the fight.
Two things here, then, Adam. Two things for you, Maldor. So the first thing is, are you going to send an envoy first with this plan, and
Yeah.
say that these are the suggestions of your neighbor Fatehaven? With our success, this could be successful for you. These would be suggestions to try to help. And or number two, are you going to send an actual force of people?
Not a
that are-
force.
Okay, so just
It's more
like
like
an
a
envoy
small
and-
envoy to help.
Negotiate.
And here's like with an offer of more
Sure.
help if you
Yeah.
maybe take our advice.
Okay, so an envoy, and then are you bringing any sort of supply? Like, are you sending supplies, like food and things, to be welcomed?
Yeah, whatever
almost
it
as
is
like
that we
a-
think
like a
they need.
offering to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Yeah, based on what we've heard from their situation, like if they need food or medicine or whatever.
Bumblecrackers
they can
playing
supply.
Another like
Artheria conquest out
5,000
here.
gold worth of stuff from the inventory.
Yeah,
Put a quantity on it. And
yeah,
take
like
it from the group inventory.
a generous offering, not like a
Okay.
pittance. Like
Yeah, that's
So
what I'm saying,
you'll-
like $5,000.
Okay, so you'll probably get with Alvin here, because Alvin would be the one to send, unless you want to have someone else go on behalf. You could honestly have Master Alice Wyland go in, because they're coordinating. They have a lot of supplies coordinating from the company, right? Which was Erwin's.
We
they
also
stake there,
need
so-
Alvin here to like wrangle everybody for
yeah,
the meeting with Lady Cinderella.
So we can definitely we'll send Master Alice Wyland. They have a good transportation system already, so they're
Melee.
able to probably pull a caravan with many different supplies filled with many wagons filled with supplies, and then they can operate on your behalf to deliver the message to the noble houses that are in contest, and see if they'll come to bear with the voice of reason, perhaps, especially from the neighbor here. That's being successful in this troubling time. Okay.
I think also in the hours, it's like we're just kind of waiting around. Ferris is gonna take a short rest, but he's just gonna use his arcane recovery to get some of his spell slots back.
Okay.
And it takes an hour to attune to an item, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna attune to the Grail.
As you tune to the
Drink?
Grail, you connect. Do you take a drink of it?
No, not yet.
Not yet. Just
Oh,
attuning to
God.
it. There is a
Yeah.
warmth and a radiance that emanates from as it binds to your soul. It energizes with you and it feels strongly connected. You also have some semblance of harmony and peace, even the most tribling and conflict of your inner self. You actually feel strongly that the voice of your patron would not be able to surpass this, but alas, the pact remains still, and the voice of your mistress emanates through your thoughts for one finality of thought. Fantastic. You have chosen my truest champion.
Fuck yeah.
The power will be yours soon.
So, Michael, out of character question for you: with the 1 hour craft for the poisons, do they have to be the same poison, or can I craft like different ones of?
They can be
up
different
to the
ones
proficiency
as
bonus?
up to the proficiency bonus as and the quantity that's stated in there.
Yeah.
So it should state a specific quantity. You can mix match, right?
It says up to the proficiency bonus
Yeah.
of them. So, yeah.
I believe. So as we're getting ready for this, we were going to summon the council. So whenever Bruga gets here, I would pull her aside for a second.
Okay. All right. So pull Bruga to the side here. What do you want, Maldo?
He's gonna take out the how's it called? The dagger of soul reaping, and he's gonna hand it to her. He goes, "This, from what I can ascertain, contains a soul. I used it to slay Ukar. I would very much like to know if the soul it contains is his, or if he's still out and about somewhere. You've had success with soul magic in the past. I thought perhaps you could help in this endeavor."
Bruga can see what they can do to figure out the properties of such item. It'd be more of an heightened identification, but it could be something else. Perhaps. Bruga will figure this out.
And he'll hand it to her. Much obliged as always.
Okay. Keep it in inventory for now. We'll just say
Okay.
that Bruga has it.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone ready for the meeting?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got my mage's blade just in case she turns on us.
Got a sword ready with her name on it.
We have trust issues.
All of them.
Specifically,
Yeah, for
made
real.
poisons before she gets here. Called Mage's Blade. Yes, we have trust issues.
That is funny.
You have all of the trust issue.
So, Lisa and Erlena has been teleported here in the aid of two mages of Glenlar, high officials that are with a wizarding college stationed in Merlandar. They are both going to be elves of either sun or moon descent. They will have their hair flow freely from the drapes of their robes, which are comprised. It's off here. Which are comprised of etchings of elvish runes, giving note to their prowess of some school of magic. These would be abjuration and transmutation, particular wizards here. And they also have the symbol of some Elyon house draped on the cowl or the back of their robes, suggesting that even though this wizarding school is in Arthuria, and the Landar happens to be in the territory of the Talthars and ruled in some fashion, they are still allied to the double houses of Elyon and Temeria. It just adds more to the dynamic, I suppose, of the lady's position. The Lady Cinderalena emerges and presents to you as an elf that would be similar to a high elf, but that has notes of the woodish descent, freckles of the face, range of the eyes, and a hazel red to the hair. They do not appear to be aged dramatically by any means. The last time that you saw them in a form, some of you anyways, at the beach. Yeah, it's not looking good, boys. Okay. And that Starks, it could be difficult, right? Because you have an idea that whatever happened, if it is real, happened either long ago or maybe in the future. So this character should have been changed as far as their age, but they're not. And then you remind yourself they're elf. They are an elf. And so that could have been in the span of years, not much for them, right? And they are not wearing any armor. They do not have any weapons with them. That is not like what they had and seen them before. The hair has been braided into an immaculate braid, and then has been put up slightly with a crown that has an elvish symbol for peace placed etched into a gold emblem. And that emblem is similar to an eagle. So there's two wings that are coming, cresting down from the crown and then wrapping down a little bit over the actual brow. So think about this, the wings coming through, forming the crown, and then coming down here to sit upon the brow. And then the rest kind of comes back to clink. Their gown, this dress that they have on, is functional to have them if they need to move quickly. So it's a little bit not as draped, not as flowy, and has vibrancies of blue, green, and whites. And there is silver lattice and etchings to the sleeves, and they are slightly transparent on those sleeves, as well as the midriff, which allows you to see their stomach and other regions just below the bosom, or just above the bosom of their lower side, and then that of the breasts. So they reveal themselves from the teleportation, and they are kind of escorted by the two mages out of the tower. And then you all have this militaristic kind of this escort, right, with the watch commander and the guards, which is something that you had stated. Taking with them and moving there, the Lady Cinderelena has the hood of this gown, this dress, lowered down, and has little to say. But as they lock eyes, perhaps with all of you, if you are there, I imagine you're waiting for them in the keep, or are you there at the tower?
I met them at the tower.
Okay, so
Like, I was
is everyone at the tower then?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Mhm.
just want to clarify that, because you don't have to be at the tower. You could be at the keep waiting for the table if you wish. They're going to kind of lock eyes with you, and they're not going to say anything in this moment. There's also a little bit of a crowd gathered on the street, right? And they're kind of watching as this kind of armed escort is being performed. They stare at you with familiarity, as if they've seen you before. And the person obviously marries for them, you, right? They would not see you before. And then, as far as their movements, they have grace. And each step is very calculated. It's very light. It's very airy. And they move with the two mages to the keep. And the two mages do not accompany them up to the table in the Chamber of Fates. They're going to stay below in your kind of grand chamber, and it's essentially a hall, right, that has tables and other kind of designs for feasts and things that are there. And they're going to occupy their time and await the lady until they're ready to leave. All right. So, thanks to Erwin, Marcus is here.
Oh,
Oh boy.
Yeah, boy. Marcus is now on the council, courtesy of Erwin. Erwin is currently in Alathan tending to business and is working with the Master Alice Wyland. Not Master Alice Wyland will be stationed here more often. Notable characters, you have the Captain Morgan. So Taurus Morgan is here. Spy Master Elmar Balkaran is here. Alvin Tumblerot is here. And the Thalden Longbeard is here. Master Alice Wyland will be heading out after this meeting to receive your orders and kind of get the caravan ready to go that has been put in motion the last hour. Marius, I have not given you a seat at the table. I don't think you would take one anyways.
No.
Because you're not really a member. You're just here as an audience. And I put you just in a random fashion as far as the table is concerned. Bruga is here as well. They're sitting with their legs upon the table current as they are whittling away at a small piece of wood, making like an effigy or a totem of some kind, just minding themselves. Lisa Arlena is going to sit down on the chair, very regal. And they just kind of await the words of all of you.
I think Varys would say, well, thank you for coming, my lady. Welcome to Fate Haven. I hope that you enjoyed your walk through the city.
I did. Very pleasant city you have here. I can see that you have looked after your citizens, and you have tried to build a relationship with your people.
That is the goal. So, the reason why we contacted you was a couple of months ago, we were. I'm trying to remember the name of the lake. It was Kith Lake, right?
Yes.
We were traveling down from High Rock, and we stumbled upon a lake known as Kith Lake, and unfortunately, myself and the rest of my party here fell through the lake, but at the bottom of the lake, we were almost transformed into a dream sequence where we saw what looked like the Age of Reckoning, and you escorting a young boy who we thought was Damodar. But since then, a lot of stuff has happened, and I almost didn't think that sending would work. But now that I've had a chance to think about it, I've realized I really wanted to get your input on what's going on. So I contacted you and asked you to join us.
Wonderful. Truly wonderful. It has been a long time. I suspected. I don't know what's going on with you, but they're going crazy with their cards. Is that picking it up? That's
Yeah.
fucking loud as shit. What the fuck was that?
You gotta go fast.
Speed racer.
Fucking
Yeah,
street
man.
racing.
Honestly,
Wrong.
there's no way that that's street legal, man. I remember I had a bike and it had no DB in it, killer, and it was so loud. I was just like, "This is not legal. That's not legal. That's way too loud." Okay. I have longed for this meeting, and I was told and instructed to await you all to reach out to me before I would reach you. I was told that when it was time, that you would call to me seeking answers, and that I was to give you those answers as best as I possibly could. But before I do so, you must know who I am and what position I am in. I see that you have your council members here, and I'm sure that they are eager to understand the relationship that we are here to build. I am Lady Sindar Elena. I preside over the palace of Mirren and its council within the great city of Melandar, known to be built by the hands of Temerian colonials that set their eyes on this great land thousands of years ago. I have taken this mantle after the fall of the Mad King Delron Ethrina, and I have built a city that is heralded by freedom and prosperity. I have done so by tying together an alliance between the Talthars and Temerians. Make no mistake, Council of Fate, that the Talthars and their conquest had removed the Mad King, and without them, the city of Melandar and the surrounding provinces would still be ruled by tyranny. The Talthars have sought fit to elect me, as I am both from Arthuria and from Temeria. I have sat on seat the houses of Elyon and I am known to them as a highborn. My family and my house were as emissary and delegate from the houses of Elyon to the Mad King Delron. And upon the Mad King's fall, it was of utmost importance to the Temerians that I would rule that city and to rebuild relations with the homeland. And so did the Talthars, that they saw prosperity and relationship with the elves in the land that was not so far away. For their capital was far. Its reach could not control and rule this land. And so an agreement was made that both nations would oversee, and I was at the center of that. In my time, I have appointed Kondir. They are known to the elves as a lesser ruler of specific territories in the region. To the Talthars, they would see them as dukes that take taxes from the surrounding territory and bring it to the palace, where it is then separated and given some to the people of Melandar and some to the capital, the Talthars. In my rule, I have ensured that the taxation of the Kondir upon their people, the percentage that's given to the Talthars, is kept in proper order, not to starve the people, and not to take away from them, but to give them enough coin to be able to grow in their ambitions and their ideals as independent people in the region that clings to the far south of here. The Temerians, they reserve influence of these territories, for the Kondir are often met by the houses of Elyon. For the resources of this land, the far south, are still rich with much that lacks in Temeria. Balance. That is what I have kept. Relationship built between our two great cities would allow for balance to continue. Damodar, the master of dragons, their scourge, heralds a new age of Draconis, and they have conquered much of the land between the regions of Uther and Ethrina. They push upon the Goras Ambo, the foothills that roll through the central point of the two regions as they converge. They are near the trench lines of the Talthars, and they have made efforts upon the coastline of the bay, pushing against the Kundo of the Temerians. The Temerian warships are many, but there are most suffering of wounds to their hulls from Ramana, a green dragon, a worm that acts as a serpent to sink the ships from below, puncturing them, submerging them. Horrible way to die, drowning. Temerian fleet is only a fraction of what it once was when the war began, and they are the only thing responsible for keeping the scourge from pressing and rolling over both the Temerians and the Talthars. If you are to see fit, an alliance between us then I would call upon your banner and your forces wage war against Damodar, the Master of Dragons, and its scourge. As once the great city of Merlandar falls, the Talthars and Temerian lines are overran. There is nothing to stop Damodar and the Master of Dragons from taking out the rest of this land. That is what I tell you all, Council of Fate, for you to speak amongst yourselves. If an alliance is to be met, this is the demand that I will ask. This is the demand that we both need. Now, to matters of time, and what I am to tell you. What you saw was not during the Age of Reckoning. What you saw was the false prophecies of Paylene, the King Reldor Talthar's previous magistrate, that gave false prophecies to the king to yield conquest against Firstborn in the provinces surrounding Chandronar and the outer cities of the region of Uther. For there was to be born one of first birth that would destroy the Talthar bloodline. King Reldor Talthar, they, upon the advice of their magistrate, dispatched a small force comprised of Justicar and Taltharian soldiers, storm doors down, and take babe from mother. It was of no effort from the sun god or any influence, and has tainted the Talthar bloodline as far as I'm concerned. This war was waged in secret, and by this time in history, the Talthars had already ruled over both Uther and Athrena and the great city of Merlandar. I was in my youth of rule. See, I was met with a long friend, long-standing friend, known as Magello. Magello was not the head magistrate, not Paylene, but they were in the People's Palace as a third magistrate in their title and position. I did not know why they decided to invest their efforts in the Talthars, for when I knew them, they were somewhat of prominence within the Wizard's Keep. The Wizard's Keep to the Talthars is far unfamiliar, and much of it unknown. You see, the Wizard's Keep is sovereign compared to much of the land. They keep their roost inside of the henhouse, so to speak. And Magello was much different. Not like I remembered them. I saw Magello as an old human. And now this Magello was far younger. They had difficulty understanding all of the memories that I spoke to them about. It's as if they were a different person entirely. It's still the same. They did not know why. They sought me. And they told me this. They told me that somehow they knew I was a long-standing friend. There was a relationship there. That in troubling times, I was to be sought out. They seemed to be guided by something inside themselves, but yet they did not know why. And Magello told me that this conquest would be waging against the region. If I was to stand against, I would have destroyed any efforts of rebuilding the great city for the Mad King. And I very well could have waged a war, or started a war, I should say, against the Talthars and Temerians. But I did not sit idly by. I dispatched patrols and scouts to begin to clear out towns and cities in the provinces around Chandrina to ensure that children and their casualties of this conquest would be limited. In my efforts, I was quite successful. There was one such place that I was not. And that was the place that my dear old friend needed me to be, personally. It was a late night at the Palace of Mirren, and in secret I met several of my officers. And in that torchlight, Magello reached to me and told me a secret. They said that they had someone they loved. Gwen was her name. And they were romantically involved with Gwen. They loved them dearly. So much that they had a child with them. They believed that their efforts in the People's Palace dismayed the King Reldor Talthar from sending conquest to the outer city of Reville. After all, it was a border town. It sat outside of where this prophecy was told. But alas, Magello was not successful in their efforts. And they knew that in the early hours of the next morning, which only happened to be 3 hours from when they met with me, late that night, early in the morning, that the town of Reville would be put to the torch, and the firstborns would be taken and killed, which included Magello's son, Hadrian. I was confused at this moment. After all, a dear friend of mine kept such a secret. But alas, I did not believe this to be the friend that I knew. So, with my scouts and my patrols too far away from the town of Reville, and not wanting to risk and involve anyone else, I left, across the bay, to try save my dear friend's son, and save all those that I possibly could, if I can get there quickly enough. Might be thinking on your minds, it's so easy for you to teleport here, mages of Glenmar. Wasn't Glenmar still standing? Well, might be accurate. This was before Glenmar was allied to the Palace of Mirren and with the Talthars. I had no control or order over them. Only the soldiers that the Talthars had left, as well as those who still pledged loyalty to the city. So, I moved with haste. I sailed as fast as I could. And I entered into Reville as quickly as I could run. It was already been put to the torch. The Talthars had already arrived. There was a great number of them. I battled with them. And strange enough, upon reaching the shores of that town, I saw all of you. There to help. I brought Hadron to safety in the great city of Melandar, where I helped raise them. I reached for Magello. They would not answer the call. Upon the unsuccessful conquest, Aileen was put to death for these false prophecies. It was believed at this stage that Aileen was a member of the Reckoning, and they were there to usurp and undermine the king and ruin, taint the bloodline. Magello was placed as head magistrate. Upon many years later, I was brought an audience to the People's Palace. And I met with Magello. And I asked him why. He did not answer. He only told me that it was what was necessary. I was puzzled. The Magello that I knew was a very powerful divination wizard. Someone that was heralded as a wizard of old, who were gifted with such prophecies as the Chosen, constantly. Their mind was in turmoil. I could see this happening to this Magello. They seemed to be driven by something else. They cared not for their son. They had moved on, now to the service of King Raeldor Talthar and their son, Prince Aether. When I returned back to the great city of Melandar, I ensured that Hadron was put in a good home. Over my charge, was tutored, was given proper accommodations throughout their life. Until they enrolled in the Wizarding College of Glenlaw, and from there transferred to the Wizard's Keep. Did not know where they went after that. Did not know what became of them. Until I saw them again, many, many years later. Those closest to Hadron, my investigations, did not remember Hadron, not in the slightest. The memories were removed. I believe Damodar did this intentionally, to hide any trace of who or what they were before they became the Master of Dragons.
That is a lot of information to process.
Well, that proves that our theory about the boy was correct, at least.
It also makes sense why a wizard of old would know who he is.
I take it based on the exposition that the Magello that we met was the wizard of old. who presumably had gone to the past in the current Magello's future. That hurts my head.
So, out of character, we're going to try to extrapolate some of these things, and we'll go ahead and close out the session after we extrapolate. What Lady Cinderella is saying is that they knew Magello as a wizard of old. They knew them as an old human that practiced divination magic. They were very powerful. And then they met Magello as some third magistrate, and they were middle-aged. So they had changed as far as their appearance. They became younger. But according to Lady Cinderella, this was a different Magello. This was not the same. For some strange reason, even void of memories, they still had some emotional pull, or some spiritual pull from Magello to Lady Cinderella, because they were long friends, long-standing friends. Most likely, think about Wizard of Old, right? Being someone in the Houses of Elion, maybe even tutored by Magello at some point, right? We don't need to go into the complexities of that, but that is what we need to figure out. Is this strange pull and attention that Magello had to find somebody that they did not have any memory of. And then, in this Magello, they had a love. And they had a child. In the span of time, we are in human years. Okay? So think about 100 years, the stage. Middle age. Okay? So, Lady Cinderella being an elf, right? Long span of time. And so to them, there is no possible way, unless Magello was able to revert back themselves in terms of age, right? That a human would even be able to live that long. Well, which is something you all kind of figured out as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, there would be no possible way for me to be there and then be here anyway, because
Yes.
I'm
Exactly.
I'm way too young.
And the wizards of old were created 2,000 years ago. So the previous Magello, right, had to have had a way to preserve their age. And then all of a sudden not, revert it, lose their memories. That is what Cinderella doesn't know.
Yeah,
They will tell
which
you,
we
though,
don't either.
exactly, which you don't know either. So they will say, though, that this Magello that they are now, right, they are the ones who is the father of Damodar. And they
It's just-
are the ones who were the head magistrate to the king.
It's just
after
weird that
Paley.
it's just weird that like he was like save my son, and then she saved his son, and then he was like, okay, that's good.
Which puzzles, and you can see this upon Lady Cinderella right now, telling you this, that they are as equally as puzzled. They are as equally confused. Then comes the juiciest bit. Why I was known to hold this and to tell you this later is because the old Magello, they told me that as I was leaving and running from tragedy, to save and help someone that I cared dearly about, that I would run in to people upon a sandy beach that would help me do what needed to be done. And that I would find these people later in life I was to tell them everything that I knew, only for when they reached me. You guys chose a session to have your minds blown. I'll tell you what, went from the temple thing to now, man, you're getting your minds blown. All right. So that's where we're gonna go and end it.
Yeah.
So
Please, my brain can't take any more of this.
so this last bit here, extrapolate that a little bit. Leads to later at the conclusion of this is telling you that the old Magello had prophesized that this was going to happen to Lady Cinderella. Not the young new Magello. So they were set upon this path, and they had no idea up until the point they saw you on the beach that what the old Magello said came to fruition. And so instead of finding you out, they held to that, and they waited for you to reach to them.
So young Magello sent her there to get Hadrian, but old Magello told her about us.
Correct. In a way, yes.
So that means, if I have this right, timeline-wise, she was visited by young Magello, or she knew old Magello, visited by young Magello, then visited again by old Magello?
No, because the
No, he
prophecy
told her, like,
hundreds upon hundreds of years
okay,
ago.
so
Yeah.
so she was told about us that we would help her in the future, then but don't contact us. Then young Magello had us, or her and us, save his son.
Yep.
And then she met us and was like, I'm not gonna talk to them until they talk to me.
What she was told to do.
So she's
By
told to do.
prophecy.
But in the timeline of all of this, they saved Damodar like 100 years ago.
Not 100 years ago.
20 years.
It's
How
only been.
much?
It's been like 2 decades.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It hasn't
It
been
was
that
like
long.
it was like 25 years or something.
Yeah.
We found that in a book in the library way back when.
Right. Yeah, sorry. It's fucking wild.
Balloon. Well,
But
you're
yeah,
so
I
welcome.
mean, according to the my character's age, would not have been born when I needed to save him,
Right.
Yes.
which is crazy. Fucking time
Fucking time
shit, man.
wizards, man.
It's not even time wizards. Who the fuck?
The
What
most
the fuck would fuck with time? Time wizards.
You guys are pulling on the threads. You're getting there.
Yeah,
Chronomancy. It's the most
Fucking
powerful.
goddamn.
it's the most powerful magic of all.
All right, so I hope you enjoyed the session today. I'm not going to reward experience as I had said, right? We're going to kind of group experience points
Yeah,
and give it
start
to you
stacking it.
all at once. So
Yeah.
that way, when it hits,
That's
good, and it's not just like this little trickle over time. As far as the information presented here, if you have any questions, do DM or whatever, try to contact, because happy to kind of fill in some voids, but it should be presented, you should be able to try to figure this out, in the sense of this happened, right? So the timeline of it all should be good to go. Is anybody confused about that at all? Like timing of everything?
No, the time makes sense. I'm just
Okay.
wondering how this, how did this even happen? Like, is this the old one doing this shit?
Yeah,
Or not
There's
the old one.
only one.
Yeah,
The
that-
deity of order doing this shit? How is that
Yeah.
even possible?
and that's something that you could attempt to figure out if that's what you wish. You could try to figure that out. Yeah.
Keep pulling
Yeah,
on
I
the
had
thread.
I had an idea about like maybe trying to contact the deity of order and seeing if he's like actually dead, and how that would work.
Yeah.
But
Wasn't
we
it, like,
already
blown
tr-
into a billion parts. That's why we exist.
yeah, I mean, then I'm just interested to see like if you try to contact him with Call of the Divine, like what happens.
Just opens a group chat with all of us.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want, Varys? I'm trying to sleep.
We've had free telepathy this entire fucking time.
Yeah.
Do you imagine? Oh. For watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna go ahead and close it out now, so I can get off and make a couple phone calls. You can check us out not next week because I have my daughter's birthday party, but the week after that should be able to follow up. So thanks so much for watching, and we will see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.